Not so? Because we are in an agrarian economy, we are in agriculture, we are in the part of Africa where everything can grow and everything can be done. But here we are. We have come to gain more knowledge in agriculture. And the course that you are enrolled for basically is the Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education. Is that clear? Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education. So for now, I'm going to concentrate on that. Okay? But before we get there, I'd like to welcome you to the faculty which has started with you as the first students, because we now have a faculty which started on 3rd January 2022. So it's a young faculty, and be aware that you are joining in into a group that has been a department and now has grown into a faculty. What does that mean? It means that you have joined a team which is into growth. And for those of you who recall your biology, the growth curve is very interesting. We may be at the exponential rate of growth, where everything is moving very fast. And then we shall reach some point where we shall have very limited development or increments in the growth, but only development taking place. So you have joined at a time when we are taking off into an exponential rate of growth, so expect a lot of disturbances. Disturbances in terms of speed of doing things, disturbances in terms of shift of positions. So be careful about that. That's why now you are coming in on 5th February. You are beginning lectures on 14th February. And by end of May, you will have finished your first semester. You see that? You see how fast things are moving? So be ready for the quick moves. Okay? Yes, the Faculty of Agriculture comprises of 4 departments. The first department is the Department of Agricultural Production, where all courses related to animal production and the courses related to crop production are contained, or they are housed. So when you hear agriculture production as a department, then you know Department of Agriculture Production takes all the charge of all the issues related to animal production, animal science, and crop production, crop science. Okay? The second department is the Department of Agriculture Education and Agriculture Economics. You see the 2 words separated for a purpose: agriculture education and agriculture economics. This department will take charge of all items that are all issues related to extension services, rural development, teaching, that is education, and then agribusiness. So the Department of Agriculture Education and Agriculture Economics takes charge of issues to do with the community development, extending knowledge of agriculture to the community, as well as education in schools. And then we talk about agribusiness. We are emphasizing agribusiness because it is the new trend of the 21st century. Where is the agriculture trainee in agribusiness? Where is the agriculture graduate in agribusiness? That's a very serious question of the 21st century. Then we also have the Department of Soil Science and Irrigation Management. Soil Science and Irrigation Management. This department takes charge of all courses related to soil science, all courses related to irrigation management, all courses related to mechanization. So you see, the name seems short, but the areas concerned are quite wide. And for your information, I'm a specialist in soil science. So I'll be handling issues of soil science at the bottom of my heart, because that's where I train. In management, yes, I go to support the institution in management as a soft skill. My hard skill, technically, soil science. Okay? There we go. Then we have a department which everybody thinks is not for education, but this department is called the university farm. The farm is a unit in the university which supports the academic programs in the university. It's not a farm for showing off. You remember, in agriculture, we have people who keep cattle for prestige. Not so? They keep flowers on the compound for prestige, for aesthetics. We are talking about a university farm as a laboratory that supports the academic programs in the faculty. So all of us, in all the courses that we do, we end up going to the farm for practice, for checkups, for confirmation, for experimentation, for trials, even for interest. Those who have not had any opportunity to see what happens in dairy production, take off time during this orientation week, go to the farm and observe what goes on during the processes of managing a cow from morning up to evening. From there, you'll be able to understand why milk is expensive and why milk is very sweet, because you'll have gotten the exposure. Okay? So that gives me the background to what we're calling the Faculty of Agriculture at Kyambogo University. Literally, it is one of the oldest departments or faculties. It started as a department and now a new faculty, but it's one of the oldest units on this hill. So whatever you see around is not because of the faculty, but because of the history of Kyambogo University. Agriculture has been growing together with Kyambogo University. And indeed, what you need to know is that in Kampala City Council, Kyambogo University Farm is the only legally recognized farm in the city. Urban farming is a bit tricky. Farms are not allowed in the city according to the urbanization policy, but Kyambogo University Farm is recognized as a farm within the city. Look around the whole city. You will not find such a farm in the city. So again, when we are working there, we are working under the law, and we are recognized by the law. Okay? Yes, we have so many sections in the faculty, but these sections are the same all over the university. The faculty has a dean who is the head of the academic programs and functions of the faculty. But the dean has other cadres within the dean's office. We have a senior academic registrar who is in charge of registration issues, in charge of enrollment issues, in charge of results, and that is the person who will compile your results towards the day of graduation. Then we have a senior assistant, accounts assistant, senior accounts assistant. This person is in charge of confirming whether you paid for tuition or you paid for internship, or you paid for registration, for examination fees, but you didn't pay for internship. So you'll get advice and corrections from the senior accounts assistant at the faculty. Then we also have a person at the faculty level who is supposed to be doing what we call administrative services. Not that every time you have a problem, you'll get it direct from the dean. You'll go through a person who will organize for you and say, yes, this problem will be solved by the dean. This one will be solved by the academic registrar. This one needs to go to the dean of students. That situation helps us to manage issues at the faculty. And indeed, I would like to ask, how many of you from senior 1 to senior 6 used to ask everything from your headmaster? How many? So there are roles and functions. Not everything is supposed to be asked from the president. Okay? So at the faculty level, the head of the faculty is the dean, but not everything. You'll not ask for chalk from the dean. You'll not ask for the timetable from the dean. You have an examination coordinator in the department who will give you the timetable, who will make sure that all the lecturers are teaching and they are teaching in the right place. In fact, at the faculty level, we also have a person called the custodian who ensures that the space we have is well utilized. So we are coming into a system which looks agriculture, where everybody thinks agriculture is subsistence and it is peasantry, but you are coming into a faculty of agriculture which has organization. Okay? So let's take on to this organization and move together. I hear so many cases from your previous colleagues who have been here asking about how do I change course. I think here we're not changing course. How do I change study time? Here we're not changing study time. We have only one study time. All of you are day students. So lectures begin 8 o'clock, end at 5, Monday to Friday, but sometimes we spill over to Saturday because of the practicals and the space issues. So you'll find that the timetable may be running that way. How many of you have not picked your admission letters? How many of you have not picked the admission letters? How many of you know of a friend who has not picked the admission letter? Yes. So if you picked the admission letter, then I don't need to give you the geography of the faculty. Where you picked the admission letter is the office of the dean of the faculty. And the building where you found that office is the location of the faculty. Okay? So location-wise, you are comfortable. But I want to encourage you to remember that you are moving as farmers, you are moving as pastoralists, you are moving as agriculturalists. Inform your friends about what is happening. Keep yourselves in order. Inform your friends about what is happening. Especially those cases where you need to know some notices are not announced by ringing a bell. Some notices are not announced by sounding a drum. It may be a statement from the class coordinator. It may be a statement from the examination coordinator. It may be a statement on the notice board. And most of you nowadays are very interesting people. My previous colleague, the dean who was here, mentioned the situation of sanitation, which was very nasty. But I would like to say that it is also possible and very common to find students pulling away paper from the notice board, which has a notice which was put there the same day. There are two chances. Either throw it on the ground or go with it to the toilet. So, what is important? Is it the use of that material for sanitation purposes or the use of that material for dissemination of knowledge? Okay? So, let's leave information where it is given and use that channel to spread the information to many places. And that's what makes us agriculture students, agriculturalists, agriculture education guys of the 21st century. Okay? Yes, it is at this point now that I wanted to mention 2, 3, 4 items which I had prepared. The earlier talk I've been talking about is general. Now we want to go into the real thing. Okay? The real thing is, what is agriculture in the 21st century? What is the position of agriculture education which you have come for in this 21st century? One, let's recall, when you go to the NCDC curriculum, the reason for teaching agriculture in schools is very simple. The objective, I can read it for you, to equip younger people with the necessary knowledge and skills to implement the transformation of the agricultural sector and improve agricultural productivity. You hear that? There is nothing that like passing with a high grade. Is it there? It is implied. But what is important? Equip younger people. You are young. I used to be young some 30 years ago. And I'm still working on equipping younger people. Equip younger people with the necessary knowledge and skills. You see how Kyambogo University becomes very important? Even the National Curriculum Development Center thinks about knowledge and skills. And our motto here is knowledge and skills for service. Necessary knowledge and skills to implement the transformation of the agricultural sector. Transformation of the agricultural sector and improve agricultural productivity. What does that mean? It means we are talking about the whole agricultural sector, not only agriculture with education, but the whole agriculture sector. So the program that we are running for you, the main program is vocational studies in agriculture with education. What does it mean? It means that you have agriculture general and then you attach education, which is teaching. So you can transform society in 2 ways. You can transform society through doing agriculture, okay? You can being an agricultural scientist. You are involved in the knowledge, creating knowledge, disseminating skills and the attitudes for people to pursue more in the agriculture sector, to gain more from the agriculture sector. You are now working as an agricultural scientist. But you can also be an agrotechnician. Okay? You engage in gainful employment from the agriculture sector. You are called as a consultant to go and establish an irrigation scheme. You are called as a consultant to do a land use plan for a certain farm, for a certain proprietor, for a certain investor, both local and international. There you are called an agro-technician. You have a bachelor's degree, you have a master's degree, you have a PhD, but your job is to do with engaging, having gainful employment from agriculture. Then the third one, which is why the name of your program has the word vocational. The third one is you are an agro-entrepreneur. You are an investor in agribusiness. Okay? You use the resources available for agricultural production and income generation. Those 3 items are the focus of the Faculty of Agriculture. To produce a candidate who is able to be an agricultural scientist, who can generate knowledge and skills and use that knowledge and skill to transform society, but also an agrotechnician who can guide, who can gain employment from being an agriculturalist. I think most of us think that that is the reason why you go to school, to gain employment. Not so? Not so? Yes, after the degree, you'll be employed, not so? But employed in what? You can be employed in the border sector after doing a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. What we are saying here, that let this course train you to gain employment in agriculture sector. Not again to be a graduate of agriculture, being a sports presenter on a radio station. They call them a bolo talker. You see? So what would be the reason for spending your 3 years here? And yet, you want to go to the market to buy cabbage, you want to go to the market to buy eggs, and you want to make an omelette and a chikomando. You see? How would you make the Rolex? You can be an entrepreneur in the cabbage value chain. You are producing cabbages or you are marketing cabbages in a form which makes it very easy for the Rolex guy to do his job. You see? You still have employment within the agriculture sector. And then, being an agro-entrepreneur, look at how much money you are spending here in fees for the next 3 years. Combine that money and think, if it was an investment, what would your parents or guardians be doing with that money? It would have generated a lot of benefits, a lot of profits. So think through being an agro-entrepreneur. Because for you, you'll be doing it with science, not as an art. You have the knowledge, you have the ideas, you have the contacts, and then now you are practicing the business. This is very important for us, and I think that is one of the things that we have to be careful about, and try to make sure that as we leave this university, we are one of the 3. And interestingly, because you are teachers, you have that course with education, you are also going to end up telling others. So even when you go to class to teach, when you go to the community to work, identify those 3 items. Agricultural scientist, agricultural technician, and then the agricultural entrepreneur. There we shall have been able to contribute to transformation of this society. Okay? Yes, I've been a student of Kyambogo since 1996. And even when I'm talking here, I'm learning something. Yes, I was here for Bachelor of Education in 1996, 94 to 96. I went to Makerere University, did the Masters in Soil Science, which is not education, but a component of agriculture, where the agriculture starts from the soil, you know. Yes, you can't start agriculture from the animal. You start agriculture from the soil. So when you understand the soil, then you can now leave the others to flourish. After that, I realized the soil is not good enough. I proceed to also understand more about dryland resources, agriculture in the drylands. Everybody thinks agriculture only happens in the wetlands, in the humid areas. But even the drylands, we have a lot of agriculture taking place. So what does that mean? It means that at every stage you go, you'll find the agriculture. And it is our job to make sure that we can find our level in agriculture and do it very well. I want to wind up by giving you a few tips. Where are the opportunities in agriculture? I'm not telling you where the jobs are, but I will give you 2, 3, 4 statements. Agriculturists are the main people involved in sustaining our ecosystems, the ecology, making sure that the trees are available, making sure that food is available, making sure that the wetlands are safe and productive. That's a job an agriculturalist can do. And the opportunity there is that you can now do innovations, you can do new studies within maintaining our ecological systems. The other one is social development. Now we have a myoga in this country. You think they are for what? What is Emyoga about? What is parish development model about? Huh? Yes, these are processes leading to development of the society. When you now become the LC1 chairman, when you have done agriculture, you are able to direct development of your society. So there is an opportunity there. You can partner with farmers to form farmer groups. You can go and make groups. Or even then, you can be an advisor to those groups. And that means you are contributing society. So there is an opportunity there which is very rich. Then, now we want the cities. Eh? We are talking about what? Urban agriculture. We are talking about being .com. .com is not about being in Nawaikoke or being in Simbiziwome or being somewhere in Nakapiripirit. Huh? We have agriculture in the city. Now we are growing crops vertically. That is an innovation where the agriculture student can become an expert and you earn a living by being part of the sustainable city regions. We shall be visiting some of these places here in Chira. We have the KCCA Urban Agriculture Center, and you see some of these things happening, and you can do them. You can do them. And then the other opportunity is the extension service in this country is widening and is being needed more than it used to be. Forget about NADS, but the extension system. So every farmer needs advice. And the more we get you people trained with knowledge and skills, the more we shall have the right information given to farmers. For example, I wouldn't mind finding one of you on radio presenting agriculture programs, and you are an agriculture journalist, but not a ball talker. Okay? Yes, and you are running a program on TV on agriculture. You'll be able to explain the agronomy very well. You'll be able to explain the husbandry practices very well because it is your science. But the vocation is to be talking about agriculture. You are an advocate there, and that is extension. And that would be very sweet to be. Okay? If you are into something to do with designing, yes, you design good poultry houses. You design good goat houses. And that is part of agriculture. You'll be doing a lot to us. So really that is what I wanted us to see. And I want to wind up with the, yes, with one or two quotations from our educationists and the opinion leaders in this country. One is saying that there is an increase in the number of corporate farmers in Uganda. You know corporate farmers? Farmers who farm on phone. Hey, have you fed the cows? Hey, how many liters of milk did you get today? They are in Kampala, the farm is in Kyazanga. You, the agriculturist, have an opportunity to become managers at that site, and you bridge the gap between the owner of the farm who is in Kampala, who is in parliament, cannot leave, and for you who has the location there, and maybe even your workplace is near that farm. You can have a part-time job there to manage that farm. So the quotation here is saying that since there is an increase in the number of corporate farmers in Uganda, workers are the biggest challenge for the corporate farmers. It is an opportunity for serious young people. There is a growing team of corporate farmers. There is a challenge with workers. Now, it is an opportunity for serious young people. Can we think about that opportunity? Yes. The other one is that the theoretical teaching no longer has a place in today's learning environment. If graduates are to acquire the 21st century skills to survive in the ever-changing and demanding workplace. The message there is the environment we are living in now is ever changing and ever demanding. Now, are we going to live by understanding things on the blackboard alone? No. So whenever you get an opportunity to do something in the field, take it up, because that is what is going to take you to the workplace out there in the environment. Okay? Yes, I think that gives me... Chair, am I doing well with the time? Yes. I think that gives me a sum up of what exactly I wanted to share with you at the beginning of your career development. At the beginning, when you chose to do agriculture, yes, I believe you chose to do agriculture because the grades were taking you there. You had admired one agriculturist. You wanted to be a scientist, but you didn't go for the natural sciences, so you came to agriculture. Now I'm telling you, you can be the three. You can be an agriculture scientist, you can be an agriculture technician, you can be an agriculture entrepreneur. Just by accepting to go through the rigors, the knowledge and skills provided at Kyambogo University. I would like to thank you so much for choosing Kyambogo University and to be hosted at the Faculty of Agriculture as your training ground to help you move out there and be what you want to be. Thank you so much for listening.
A big round of applause to Dr. Robert Mulebeke for that amazing. I loved that bit of the being visionary. I know there are always questions when people get their admission letters. They are wondering now, this admission letter, what happens after campus? That's a big question we always ask ourselves. And you students, your parents asking you, what course is that? Which course is that? So what are you going to do? That's the question our parents always ask, and sometimes you don't have an answer. And then the parents are wondering, am I investing in a more productive area? And Dean has answered that very well. I think now you know where you're heading. So it's up to you to settle down very fast and gather the energy, and you become one of the next biggest agriculturists. So I didn't know that we have an agriculture technician. I didn't know that there is an agri entrepreneur. And I hear you're also a teacher. So it's a pool, a big pond of opportunities. You must be happy that you took a right decision by joining this mighty institution. Now it's time for you. If you have any question, like you feel like Dean has not touched something in your mind, put it on the paper. One of us, our mentor there, is going to come and pick it for the Dean to answer in the next 5 minutes. And Dean also talked about not living the triangular life. I always call it triangular life. Hostel, food, lecture. Hostel, food, lecture. So year 1, year 2, year 3, and then you think you are graduating from the university. Think about the social life too. Make that network, make that new friend. You never know where the next opportunity strikes from. So that triangular life, I'm preserved. They told us in Kampala is very difficult. Kyambogo is, the neighboring city is Banda faculty. That kind of stuff. You feel free to explore more. University is more than just sitting in class and reading alone. You don't want to share ideas with your colleagues. You don't want to share notes. You think you are competing as if you are at UNEB. At Kyambogo, we don't have UNEB. So we come here to make networks. By the end of the day, we get productive. So do we have any questions ready? Let's first get those as people are still contemplating on what to ask the Dean. Mr. Johnson, do we have any online questions yet? You can as well pick them and submit them to Dean. Dean, it's your time here.
Yes, I can see I'll read them as they come. Let me start with those that are short. Is there a difference between the Faculty of Agriculture and the Faculty of Vocational Agriculture? Oh, where is the difference? Okay. The Faculty of Agriculture is the unit where you are. Like when you're in schools, you had a Department of Chemistry, you had a Department of Agriculture, you had a Department of Geography. Not so? So here the Faculty of Agriculture is the unit which teaches agriculture-related material to all students of Kyambogo University. But when we say the program is Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education, that is the course. Huh? I want to use my grandmother's language. Omwana agenze kola course. You hear that one? Huh? He has gone to university for a course. He's not in secondary, but he has gone to what? For a course. That statement is my grandfather's statement, my grandmother's statement. The current word is you are on a program. The academic program in the faculty is Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education. That's the difference. The other one is there a difference between Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education and Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Education in brackets? Yes. Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education focuses more on doing agriculture as an occupation and then supporting the training of others in education, in agriculture. Whereas Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Education in brackets, is a name which is not very clear in Kyambogo University, so we don't use it. We now say you are doing Bachelor of Science, Education with agriculture as the main what? Main subject. So you'll find that when you talk about Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, I think this is a course which is not even in Kyambogo University. But I know it happens in some of the the private universities around the country. But the program which is different, which I want to explain, is Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. When you're doing Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, which is yet to begin at the faculty here, maybe next intake, you are sitting here for 4 years doing Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, no other addition. The Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education gives you 3 years of study, including content and skills in teaching. That's why we call it Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education. So you end up getting the skills in teaching, and therefore you are a certified and licensed teacher, but you also have enough knowledge in agriculture to take agriculture as a vocation, to do agriculture as a scientist. What is the other one? Can one specialize like in veterinary medicine? If yes, then for how long? Yes, you may have to do some other short courses in basic science in medicine to shift from agriculture to medicine. But the lineup in vet medicine requires you to have taken that line. You will have to do a postgraduate diploma in animal health before you apply for veterinary medicine after the bachelor's. Yes, the other one is I'm doing a Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education. I was given a Faculty of Vocational Studies, but I heard that my course is categorized under Faculty of Agriculture. So where do I belong? Even tomorrow there is vocational studies. Yes. At the time of admission, when you are applying here, we're running the old faculties. Now you belong to the Faculty of Agriculture. Okay? You have shifted from the other family now to this family. We all belong to the Faculty of Vocational Studies. Tomorrow we have the School of Vocational Studies, which is going to be talking about human nutrition, cosmetics, and textiles. So you don't belong to vocational studies anymore. I'm doing vocational studies. Okay. Agriculture and education. I'm supposed to come back in the evening for that period of Faculty of Education. Also, tomorrow's period of vocational studies, should I also come back? No. For vocational study, the School of Vocational Studies, you don't need to come back here. But for education, because you do some courses in teaching, you can come back and listen to what the School of Education is going to provide. Which library should I go when we are to visit? We have one central library. Okay? We have one central library, but you are also invited on 22nd to come to where you'll be only the faculty members, where you'll be oriented through the library system. So you will be handled then. And then the other one is, oh, good morning. Yes, nice morning to see you around. On my admission, there is NA as subject combination. What does it mean? You have one subject. You don't have a combination. Agriculture is a double main, but can be corrected with the academic register. But that's what it is. On my admission, it is written Faculty of Vocational Studies. Please clarify. Yes, you are admitted before December. The Faculty of Agriculture started on 3rd January 2022. But through the system, by the time you leave this place, everything will have been sorted. Yes, say something on course units, timetable, lecture, location, student leadership. Good. This is interesting. I'm now seeing the agricultural leaders, advocates coming in. Leadership, student leadership, yes. We have positions at the faculty, and I think Dean of Students explained that very well. The different positions that the students can get involved in. The course units, yes, you'll understand the course units when we are now at home, at the departmental level, when we shall be giving you the courses, the course structure, and they are well described on the timetable. I think by the end of tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, the timetable is ready. When I get back, I'll confirm that the head of department fixes that timetable on our notes board so that you have the timetable ready. 14th February, Monday, you have a class. I'm aware of that. So next week is class time. Lectures and location, all our lectures, the base is that building. Then from there, we can shift to this building, room number 103. But 103 is allocated to year 1, year 2, and year 3. So you'll only come in when one of those groups is not there. All that information about location will be on the timetable. So we are either at the faculty building or we are in this block, CTF room 103. Okay. How do I know the course units in my course? That is same answered. Where would the lectures of agriculture be scheduled from? That is answered. After 3 years of study, can you choose one section? You are conqueror. Is that the word? Conqueror. I'm reading it like a villager. Out of all those sections you have mentioned, yes, please. And that is the beauty of this program. You are open to all the courses, all the sections for 3 years. And then when you graduate, you can shift. You will get to the department and realize that you have old boys and girls of this same department who have done the same course you are doing, and some are doing agribusiness, others doing animal science, others are doing soil science, others have mastered in agriculture, in crop science. So you can always shift. That is very much okay, and is part of the reason the program was written in that format. Thank you. Any other? I think they're exhausted. Yes, those are very intelligent questions from a team of farmers. Farmers in quotes. My colleague was here, was saying those of Faculty of Science are scientists, and for us we are what? Agriculturalists? Can we get a name?
Farmers.
Can we get a name?
Urban farmers.
Yes, but not peasants. You should get the difference. We are not peasants. We are farmers. Farmers who produce what everybody puts on the table at least 3 times a day. How many of you took a Panadol this morning? Can you put up your hands? How many of you took some kind of medication this morning? How many of you took breakfast this morning? That is the role of a farmer. Okay? 3 times a day, a dose comes from the farmer. Once in a while from the doctor. And only once from the architect when he designs your house. And that is it. Okay? So that is the power of a farmer. That's the power of the agriculture student. And that is the reason why you are saying that you are learning, getting knowledge and skills to transform society and to make sure that agriculture sector and productivity is improved. That is our goal. Let's go for that. After the 3 years, we shall be different. But also, 3 years here, 2 years at masters. Why not? The next time, you'll be the one speaking here as dean of the faculty or as head of department. That is another vocation. That's another function you can do. That's another job, employment you can go for. We also started like that. So from there, you can be here. Why not? You can also be the VC. In fact, the VC is part of us because he's a vet scientist. He started from agriculture, animal science, and then he's there now. Okay? We have an opportunity to exploit the wide area which is available for us. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Robert Mulebeke, for that wonderful submission. Agriculture students, I think you've got a very, very momentous moment with your dean. So you are ready to go. You are ready to kickstart your journey as you become someone who is very special. Now, there are some 3 papers I didn't give to Dean because questions are not for the Dean. Do you mind, sir, bringing back the university bursar to enlighten more on school tuition fees? The university bursar was here and he directed you where he sit. So you go to the main building. As soon as you've entered that main building, on your right. And the videos of yesterday's sessions are on YouTube. You can go, look for Kyambogo University, like that YouTube page. You look for the university bursar. He was here for some time, almost over 1 hour and a half, digesting issues concerning tuition. Same applies to this question here. Our tuition is showing 2 different amounts. 700,000 and 950,000 when you open the student portal. Which one is the right one and what is the right fees structure? So, same question. Dean can answer that.
Yes, for the 700 and then 950. If I can use the mathematics I know of counting eggs, 950 minus 700, what do you get? 250? 250,000 is a structure that was added to cater for internship in first year. It has taken some time to be properly reflected on the system. So it's not wrong. That is the internship money which is supposed to be used at the end of the first year to go for internship. If the difference is 250,000, it is a known difference. And it is if you pay now, you are safer. If you don't pay now, you'll still pay it before you go for internship at the end of the second semester. Thank you.
There you are, you sorted. So you rather pay as soon as you can. My course is BVAC. I think this Dean answered. Should I come back in the evening for the education issue and tomorrow for the session of vocational studies? For vocation, even if you don't come. But for education, there is a component with education, so you come back. The Dean School of Education will be here in the afternoon to expound more about your programs related to education that you will be taking in line with your core agriculture program. Thanks very much. It has been a pleasure seeing you here. I welcome you once again. Please come back tomorrow in the afternoon. There is a session about guild leadership. You need to take that dose. And then there will be another session about places of worship. Yeah, we need to quench the spiritual being of you people in Kyambogo. So the different people leading these places of worship will be here tomorrow. Please endeavor to come as we're ending up the orientation session tomorrow. Thank you very much. If you didn't get my name, I'm called Kakinda Adrian Ivan. I'm housed under the Department of Psychology in the new Faculty of Social Science, Kyambogo University. Alright? So I'm releasing you. You can use the back door as I welcome the students from the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. Dean, thank you very much. We are humbled. Safe journey back to your mighty faculty. All roads leads to agriculture. Wonderful. All right, let me have students out there. If you know you are part of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, you can come in. Your time is now 12 to 1 p.m. For those who are still sitting here, are you members of that faculty? Okay, thanks for coming in, Ali. That's amazing. Special Needs and Rehabilitation, use the front doors to come through. This room is empty. It carries over 500 students at a go. So you come through very fast, in 2 minutes, walk very fast like a young person. Eh? Yes. Yeah, we continue to appreciate the Office of the Dean of Students for preparing and coordinating this orientation program for Year 1 students. This is day 4. For those who are online, there is day 5 tomorrow that will see the Dean School of Architecture and Built Environment coming through tomorrow morning. Dean School of Computing and Information Science, Dean School of Vocational Studies, Dean School of Art and Industrial Design. Then in the afternoon we shall have a dose from the guild leadership and places of worship. So that's the sessions we have tomorrow. Endeavor to attend. I'm speaking to the people online, wherever you are watching from, via our YouTube channel, Kyambogo University. Thanks very much. Welcome aboard for those who have just come in. It's a session for, are there students who are not sure whether they are part of Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation? By show of hand, I can help you to locate you But if you feel like, yeah, you're supposed to be here, please sit comfortably. Feel free to greet your neighbor. I know you are fresh students and you may not know your neighbor. You can adjust your mask a bit, greet him or her, and tell your neighbor, welcome to Kyambogo University. Yes, you can't sit with someone you don't know. Alright? This is not a church. In church, you may live without knowing who your neighbor is. Isn't it? Alright. I'm the session chair of this session. My name is Kakinda Adrian Ivan. This afternoon, I teach in the Department of Psychology, Kyambogo University, under the new Faculty of Social Sciences. So I welcome you on behalf of the Office of the Dean of Students and the entire crew here, the technical crew, the sign language crew, everyone who is doing something to see that this orientation program moves on smoothly. Well done. For those who are still in the tent and you belong to the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, there are still more seats inside here. Please come through. Please come through. For those, if you know you're a member of that Special Needs and Rehabilitation, we are yet to start. So as we are waiting for the dean to come through, one thing I've discovered for after my 10 years on this hill is students. Sometimes we have two types of students leaving the university after 3 years. We have those who finish the university and we have those who graduate from the university. So ideally, you would have chosen this part. You need to graduate from the university. Graduation from the university is not compulsory, but finishing to some extent it may be compulsory, and people who finish the university are those who leave the university the way they came. Those have finished the what? The university. There are higher chances that some people just finish. You go through the system, by the end of the day the university goes through you instead of you going through the university. One mistake students do is living a triangular life at the university. You leave your hostel, you come to class, you go and get what to eat, you go back to hostel, you come back to class, triangular, end of university. So those people, we term them that they have successfully finished the university. But when it comes to skill set and what you've learned from the university, it may differ. Then the people who live fully in the university associate themselves with all university activities, from the social part, the physical part, academic part. Those people are likely to graduate from the university. Just like our motto as the university, knowledge and skills for service, you realize those people graduate with the knowledge and graduate with the skills. Then we can congratulate you for graduating from the university. Professionally, I'm a counseling psychologist. I subscribe as a mental health advocate. So I request you to be mindful of your mental health at the university. It's true, life is a bumpy road. Life is a bumpy journey. Life has never been straight. Stress are part of life. Either we are happy or not. For example, if you don't have what to eat, you get stressed. When you get what to eat, you also get stressed. Isn't it? When you don't have tuition, stressed. When you get tuition, some stress. How do I keep it to the bank, etc.? Even out there, your parents, they were stressed that I'm afraid my child may not go to the university. It was stress. Now you are at the university, I won't mention. Stress. So how do we manage? Kyambogo University, we are glad we have a guidance and counseling unit. The acting senior university counselor is just sitting right there. Counseling psychologist Winfred Kyosaba. And there are big counselors there. Professional counselors. So you can walk through. It's part of your tuition, by the way. Don't say, I don't have money, I want to go for counseling sessions, what. Those services are part of. One thing I've learned to utilize your tuition fully. Full tuition. Don't just go to class. There are some things you pay for. When you read your fee structure, there are some things, guild fee. When do you use your guild fee? The guild leadership will come tomorrow and expound more on that. Medical fee. You get sick and you don't want to go to the medical center. Underutilization of resources. Okay? The fact is you pay for the services. Now, getting those services, it's optional. If I were you, I would utilize my money fully. I pay for ICT, I use the Wi-Fi here fully. Right? I pay for medical services, I got the year fully. That's a secret, eh? I guess people have not. Michael Chair, are we safe? All right. It's quite very amazing that you people have got a chance. Where is my mentor? All right. Let me give you something. You got this audience here. We do something as the dean comes through in a few minutes to come. I come from the mighty Masaka city. So you can as well tell us your name and are you coming from the city, village, town? As simple as that. Who is willing to share? And you can as well tell us whether you are the first person from that village to come to the university. We shall clap for you. Okay, let me start from this lady. There. Just there. Your names. Which village or city or town or municipality or anything?
I'm called Asimorita. I'm from Kanong district.
Pardon?
I'm from Kanong district.
Kanoni district.
Kanungu.
Kalungu. You know, you see, she's very proud of the district. Kalungu, I didn't know. Okay. In local language, Kalungu. Okay, Kalungu.
Yes, but
Kalungu near Masaka.
Near Lukonjiri district.
Kanungu.
Kanungu. After Lukonjiri, then Kanungu.
Oh, Kanungu.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, someone, feel free to greet us this afternoon.
My name is Edgar Niwaheleza from Kabale.
Kabale. Welcome to the city. Is Kabale city yet?
2 years.
2 years.
It is soon becoming a city.
We pray for you. Yeah, don't give up.
I'm Lukwago Julius Chiza. I'm double status. I sometimes stay in Nakaseke, sometimes I stay in Machinde where my dad built.
United States of Uganda. No problem. That's amazing.
My name is Ongwen Jackson. I come from Tororo district.
Tororo district.
And I usually stay in town.
You?
I usually stay in town.
Just in town?
Yes, Tororo municipality.
Lomo Street?
Tororo municipality in the side of
Okay. It's amazing. Welcome to Kyambogo.
My name is Sejang Winnie. I come from Alaptang district. I'm the first person to reach university in Abu.
A big round of applause for that lady. The first person from the village. Oh, sorry about that. The first person from the village to come to the university. Wow. You're already a winner. Which village in Alibutong? Alibutong. Which village is that?
Oloro village.
I won't repeat that. Okay.
My name is Kagasa Sherina from Wakiso district.
Wakiso. Yeah, welcome to Kyambogo.
I'm called Kosinja Rachel Melissa. I stay near Kampala.
In Banda?
I stay just there in Banda.
You know, you're not loud enough.
Banda.
Oh, fuck out of Banda. Okay. You're welcome.
My name is Kasule Richard. I come from district.
You come from?
District.
Mpiji. Mitiana. Okay, you're welcome.
Currently, I operate from Chirinya.
Chirinya. Near here. Anyone who wants to say hi to us?
My name is Visubizo Letitia from Kisoro district.
From a school?
Kisoro Vision. Secondary school.
Secondary school or high school?
Secondary school.
Okay. You're welcome. Some come from high school, some come from secondary school, some come from colleges. They finally end up here.
I'm Kafat Donna from Kasese.
Kasese.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is your area MP?
Sorry?
Area MP?
Area MP Katsabe Godfrey.
Okay. You are informed. Congratulations.
I'm Kule Benjamin from Kasese district.
Who is the current vice president? Man from Kasese, who is the current vice president of this republic? Amazing. Amazing. I knew I got you.
Ajambo Irene from Busia.
Sorry?
Ajambo Irene from Busia.
Busia. Yeah, Busia people are always strong, so the voice must be strong too. Welcome to Kyambogo.
My name is Gambale Brian. I'm from Kasese district at the border with Congo.
Border of Congo?
Bordering Congo, that's the Mbonde Town Castle.
Bordering Congo?
Yes.
You're coming from very far. Well, welcome. How did you survive ADF? Okay.
The security is very strong.
Security is very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. That's very amazing. Yes, please.
Members, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I'm called Peter Elangot. I'm from Amuria district.
But you look miserable. Is everything fine?
Everything is fine.
I love that smile.
Yes.
So, who is the current Minister of Finance? In Uganda. Not in Kyambogo, in Uganda. Anyway, he's still contemplating. Yeah. Current affairs.
Aaron Tomsime is my name. All the way from Rukunjiri district. And
have you read anything about Kyambogo before?
Not really.
Have you attended the sessions from Monday?
Yeah.
Now, do you know the current Vice Chancellor?
Not really.
Okay. You need to revise, eh?
By the names of Visabi Harold from Kamuli district.
Kamuli district?
Yes. Yes.
Kamuli?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to Kyambogo. Yes.
Chisache Gloria from Bududa.
From Bududa?
Yes.
Wow. You know the common thing in Bududa? Landslides.
I'm a survivor.
You're a survivor. Congratulations. Survivor of landslides. Yeah, welcome to Kyambogo. Hope you go back and transform that part of the country. Yes.
By the names of Lumo Timothy.
I'm not getting you, and the university student is supposed to be confident.
And by the names of Lumo Timothy.
Bunoti.
Lumo Timothy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Luzira.
Yes. Welcome to Kyambogo. Let me get some three, and then I think I welcome someone else.
By names of Namboa Erina. By names of Namboa Erina from Hoima district.
Welcome to Kyambogo.
I am called Dennis Juma from Busia district.
From?
Busia district.
Busia district. Okay. Welcome to Kyambogo. Which gate did you use when you come into Kyambogo? You found yourself here. Okay. Yeah, it's good you're here.
The main gate.
The main gate. Where is the main gate?
Down.
All right.
My name is Acheng Fenina from Lira district.
Lila. Yes. So, why did you choose Kyambogo University?
Because I love it.
You love it? Yes. And I love the smile too. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank
you. Yeah.
My name is Fiona Oti from Moroto district.
Penalty.
Fiona Oti.
Fiona Oti.
From Moroto district.
Moroto. What's good in Moroto?
Basically everything.
Everything is good.
Yeah.
No, just pick for us one thing that you need to come to Moroto. You are not sure. Okay. So you realize that Kyambogo University is full of United States of everyone. The black, the dark, the east, the central, the what. You know? So we come here, we join together, we learn from each other. That's the beauty of coming through this side. You've realized most of the people are coming from the countryside. Okay? They have studied from nursery, primary, from wherever they are. Some have been studying from the improved secondary schools. Some have been studying from primary schools which are improved. But just know when you join university, no matter where you're coming from, I'm one of the improved products of USE. But when I'm teaching in class, I don't want to know where you're coming from. I'm the one doing what? Teaching. So you must have that courage to study, become someone, go back and transform those societies where you're coming from. That's the beauty about education. So don't say, I'm studying with people from these schools here, from Kampala, We think those are the first world schools. The good thing with university, it brings us together. If you are coming from Congo or Sudan or deep in a village, sometimes people come from villages that even don't fit on their birth certificates. Don't worry. Anything's possible when you come to the university. So this business of I'm coming from the village, I walk like a villager, what, leave them at the gate. When you come to Kyambogo, transformation. We are getting transformed. We are becoming new people. We are rubbing shoulders with the current narrative of the big boys. So everyone is a big boy here and a big girl in this institution. So feel free to, enjoy this wonderful university. In the morning, I told the people I found here that Kyambogo University is one of the premier institutions on the continent. So if you have a chance of being here, please be one. Please graduate. Don't just finish the university. Hope that's clear. Okay? All right. So I'm very glad that Dean, Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation is right here. Dean, you are welcome. These are your new citizens to that faculty, and is going to talk to you. Is going to brief you about any business in that faculty. And I don't know whether, Dean, we are ready. All right. I want to take this opportune moment to welcome you, Dean, and address this wonderful audience. Welcome, Dean.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. And to my new students at Kyambogo University, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lawrence Aaron. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. I would like to start by joining my colleagues to welcome you to Kyambogo University. I would like also to add that you should consider yourselves lucky and privileged to be selected from among the many students who applied to Kyambogo University. Please clap for yourselves. I know that you have friends out there who are asking you whether there is still an opportunity. I also know that I have talked to a parent who requested to appeal for the child to be admitted, and they asked me, my child has appealed, when is the result? And I would like to assure you that the results are two ways. The child can be admitted or not admitted. So when you are sitting in this podium, you must be proud that you have managed to be here. I would therefore like to encourage you that you take the opportunity seriously and you start off immediately understanding two things. Number one, why you are here: to study. Other activities are by the way. And number two, to understand your program so that you can be able to get motivated at the start. My experience and the experience of the rest of my colleagues is that most of you tend to perform poorly in first semester, first year, and you do very well in your final year, moreover, final semester. Ask yourselves why. And I would like to tell you the secret. It's because most of you, when you come in, you will not like to settle down and understand what has brought you here, the academic pursuit. But instead, you want to understand the social environment. That is not what has brought you here. Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. It is located at the north end of this university. And the north end is on my left-hand side. When you leave the Senate building, you will find a road that takes you to where there is the Catholic mosque, where there is the Catholic chapel and the mosque. Adjacent to that is the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, with red tiles on the roof and on the wall. I would like to encourage that when you leave this place after the bazaar, please walk ahead. You need to know your environment as you start. What is the function of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation? Our work is to train professionals to work with the persons with disabilities and the community. I would like to say this, that these professionals include both ordinary persons like you and persons with disabilities. Many times there is a misconception that we only train persons with disabilities. I'll come to that. We help persons with disabilities to learn skills so that they can study with you at the same level. There are four major functions that this faculty do. One is to train teachers and other professionals. And one of the professionals, let me give the example, is the person standing next to me. We train sign language interpreters. And I would like to assure you these days, when you study sign language interpreting, your job is assured. Not only on the televisions, but everywhere there are people gathered. 2, we facilitate the inclusion and participations of persons with disabilities with other students. We help them to learn skills that they can be able to use with you, and help you to learn skills that you can use to relate with persons with disabilities. 3, we produce and distribute devices that should be used by persons with disabilities at school, in the university, and in the community. And 4, we reach out to the community so that we can make people live happily among themselves in their families, both ordinary persons like some of us here and persons with disabilities like some of us here. And I'm proud that in this room today, we are having a mix of ordinary people. I don't call ourselves normal, and don't call yourself normal. There is something that you may lack, that you yourself knows, but others may not know. But that you may also not know, but others can see in you. And persons with disabilities. All of you are in this room. I can see, because I know some of them. The Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation has 5 departments. And you need to be aware of these departments so that you can visit them and learn what they do. Because when you leave Kyambogo University at the end of this semester, your parents, your relatives, your friends will ask you about this, and you need to explain to them. In fact, I'm also aware that there are TVs and radios that come to the university, and they keep talking to you people the way I found the discussion going on. Please always be informed so that when you are asked, you answer correctly and show that you are university material. The first department is the Department of Adult and Community Education, and is headed by Dr. Peace Tumwechi. The second department is the Department of Community and Disability Studies, headed by Dr. Elijah Musenyente. The third department is the Department of Hearing Impairment and Sign Language Studies, headed by Dr. Stakas Okwaput. The fourth department is the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Difficulties, headed by Dr. Juliet Wamala. And the last department is the Department of Visual Impairment Studies, headed by Dr. Odette. The Department of Visual Impairment deals with issues to do with the eyes. The Department of Hearing Impairment deals with the issues to do with the ear. And the Department of Intellectual deals with the people of having autism and all these issues you see over the TV. The Department of Community and Disability Studies deals with issues to do with social justice and community-based rehabilitation. And Department of Adult and Community Education, in fact now it is called Department of Adult, Community and Lifelong Learning. It deals with helping people who have failed to continue their education get back to learning and achieve in their education. Why study? Who studies at the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation? Ordinary people like you and me study in that faculty. Students with disabilities also study in that faculty. All this is aimed at making an inclusive environment. Inclusive means both you and me are able to work together, live together, play together, share together. And you will see the beauty of all that when you practice being inclusive. Now, I know what you're waiting for. Why study in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation? That is the most important thing. This is a new profession. And it is needing people in that field. This is because there are medical conditions, there are social conditions, there are economic conditions that is increasing the issue of disability. Let me give you one example. You know that today there are non-communicable diseases like hypertension. People call it pressure, which is making people to develop stroke. And those people needs to be helped. And those are the people who are trained in that skill of helping such people. And you don't only help, you serve. And when you serve, you are paid. That one is the truth. Number two, the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation has a network of organizations that source for people to employ. And these people should have knowledge in disability, knowledge in special needs education, knowledge in rehabilitation, knowledge in social justice, knowledge in sign language. Number three, you acquire skills from the Faculty of Special Needs so that you become self-employed. And I think that is the news you would want to hear. These days getting employment is difficult. But most of my students have gone out and developed organizations. They have initiated projects and they are self-employed and they are employing others. And the last one is that it helps you to start your own organization so that you can be able to serve the country and employ others. Where are the employment opportunities? So that when you are studying, you know that my target is this. First is the Ministry of Education and Sports. It employs teachers, employs education officers, it employs inspectors of schools, and also employs support personnel. For example, sign language interpreters, transcribers. Some of you who studied with students with disabilities, you realize that UNEB sends for them some people to support them during examinations. That is unemployment, and they get good money. 2, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Employs people like community development officers, rehabilitation officers, child protection officers, and these are those who studied at the Faculty of Special Needs. 3, non-governmental organizations. They employ program officers in charge of inclusion, in charge of human rights, in charge of empowerment, in charge of skill development, advocacy, and rehabilitation. Those are the skills you will acquire, and those are the skills that will be needed in these NGOs. 4 are special schools. Special schools are now employing not only teachers, but also people who work with children, what they call personal assistants to the children. 5, the disabled people's organizations. They employ personal assistants and they employ program officers. and you will acquire those skills. 6, international organizations that focus on disability, human rights, advocacy, rehabilitation, education, and training. These days when I go to do consultancy in an organization called Humanity and Inclusion, I find my students there. Now I ask them, who is the boss? Is it you or me? They said, right now I'm the boss. You were my boss when I was a student. When I go to Save the Children, when I go to UNICEF, I find my students, and they are now my boss because they have given me a contract. They are my employers. And finally, working independently. Most students, when they leave, they start organizations and they start supporting families, youth, children, and employ others to work with them. I'm looking forward to a day when you will finish and you create your own organization and you start employing people. What skills do you acquire when you study at the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation? You acquire the teaching and training skills. You teach children, but you also teach adults. But you train different people who have different skills, who need different skills. For example, training somebody to sign, that one is no longer teaching, it's training. Training somebody to walk, to learn how to walk, is a training. Training somebody to push a wheelchair is a training. 2, you acquire sign language skills to enable you communicate with other people. And 3, you acquire skills in Braille production. I will end my presentation with some of the skills that are shown in the faculty. 5, you acquire mobility skills to help support people who cannot walk by themselves or who need guidance in order to walk. You also acquire assessment skills. These days, people are being assessed. For example, if somebody gets a mental problem, that person needs to be assessed before taken to Butabika. If somebody is not hearing well, that person needs to be assessed so that they can be helped. If you are not seeing well, you need to be assessed. You acquire those skills in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. The other skill is advocacy. And my advocacy is not this advocacy of way demonstration, but advocacy to help you get solutions to somebody's problem. And the other skill you acquire is the skill of sensitization, so that you can be able to help people reduce the occurrence of disability in our community. Nobody wants a brother, a sister, a relative to have a disability. But there are ways that we can use to help such people, to help other people not to acquire a disability. We need to let these people know in advance, or their families. For example, if somebody has hypertension and is continuing to drink and eat carelessly and smoke carelessly, we will give you the skill of trying to see how you can talk to such a person so that that person can try to reduce and eventually stop such harmful habits. And mark my words, reduce and eventually stop. Don't force somebody to stop before reducing, otherwise they will break. Or you who has gone to help may break because you will not be listened to and you will get annoyed. What are the programs in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation? There are two categories of programs. There are graduate programs and undergraduate programs. The graduate programs is the PhD in Special Needs Education, Masters in Special Needs Education, Masters in Disability Studies and Inclusive Development, Postgraduate Diploma in Special Needs Education, and Postgraduate Diploma in Community-Based Rehabilitation. The undergraduate programs include the Bachelor of Education in Special Needs Education, jointly offered with the Faculty of Education. Bachelor of Teacher Education in Special Needs Education, which is jointly offered with the Faculty of Education. Bachelor of Adult and Community Education. Bachelor of Community-Based Rehabilitation. Bachelor of Community Development and Social Justice. Diploma in Special Needs Education. Diploma in Community-Based Rehabilitation. Diploma in Sign Language Interpreting, and Diploma in Mobility and Orientation. We are also developing new programs that we shall inform you in due course so that you can inform your friends and relatives. Finally, what is expected of you as a student of Kyambogo University? I would like to request you for the following. 1. Master practical skills. Because these skills will make you easily employable. And in all the programs, there are practical skills. Some of you here might be doing Bachelor of Arts in Arts. Yes. Communication is a practical skill. Master it very well. And talk as confidently as Honorable Maria Matembe. There you will be employed. 2. Develop competence in writing proposals. It is what you write that will sell you, and you will get funded to be able to support yourself and others. Number 3, try your best to associate with the staff and students with disabilities so that you can develop competence on how to work with them. Even the competence of having to understand the way they behave and the way you should behave to them. That is very important. Number 5, access the Disability Support Center so that you are able to get some skills in technologies that are not ordinarily used by anybody but for persons with disabilities. When I talk of technologies, what is occurring in your mind is WhatsApp, Facebook, email, but there are additional technologies that you have, which you have computer, and your phone can help you to apply to work with persons with disabilities. Finally, by the time you leave this place, you should acquire the skills that should enable you to train persons with disabilities to live independently. And I will tell you some of the skills that you need. And last year, I told the group before you that even if you are an engineer, get additional skill that should make you think broader than ordinary engineers. For example, the skill in landscape designing, particularly to be accessible by persons with disabilities. The skills in mobility. How do you help somebody to move from one location to another? It will help you to design things that will be new in the market. Skills in sign language. Skills in braille. Braille are dots that are used by blind people. Skills in speech and language therapy. Skills in using ICT for persons with disabilities. Those skills, even if you are studying any other program of the university, you are lucky that you are studying at Kyambogo University. Visit the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation and ask to be trained in those areas, so that when you go out, you tell people, in addition to my social science, I have this skill. In addition to my statistics, I can make this computer talk for anybody to use. In addition to my physical sports science, I'm able to train a person with disability to participate in all the sports. I would like to thank you for listening to me, and I hope you'll enjoy your stay at Kyambogo University. Please do not hesitate to contact us if you need more information, either for yourself or for your brother or for your sister. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean, for that wonderful presentation. Another round of applause for Dean. Are we tired? Let's have some energy, positive vibes. Another round of applause. Oh, okay. That's amazing. Now, it's time for questions and answers. Dean will have some 5 minutes to answer your questions. If you feel like there is something he has not touched, feel free and write on a small sheet. Our mentor is going to come and collect those questions. Anyone with a ready question, you put up your hand. Okay. Make sure you write questions direct to the dean, because the dean may not be the bursar, so questions are concerning finance. Someone wants to ask a question. Mr. Lawrence, where is another microphone? Hello. So let him first ask that question, and then Dean will answer questions written down.
My name is Ayabale Julius, doing Bachelor's of Community Development and Social Justice. I'd like to ask the Dean, what does it take to form an organization?
What does it take to form an organization? Thanks for that question. Dean will have to answer. Anyone who would love to ask a question in the audio way? Microphone? Perfect. Exhausted. Dean, you're welcome back to the podium and then answer some few concerns from these students. Yeah, let's start with a few. Four.
Thank you. I hope I remember your name well, Ayebare. You are asking me now, what does it take to form an organization? And I would like to say that that is one of the first courses you have in your program. I'm also aware that there is an association of students of community development and social justice. But before they complete, they also have their own organizations that they use to support their communities, and they also use to support the university. So that we cannot discuss it here, but there are student organizations that you form as a group, but there is also formation of an organization for yourself to support your community. You will be trained on that immediately. Another one I have got here is asking, a number of them are asking for the timetable. The timetable has already been developed, and when I leave this place, please get time after the orientation, check in your department. In fact, when you go to the Faculty of Special Needs, there are signposts that indicate where people are located. As you enter, there is a signpost to the office of the dean. There is a signpost for the Department of Special Needs Studies. We are going to change now that we have more departments. There is a signpost to the Department of Adult and Community Education. There is a signpost to the Department of Community and Disability Studies. Go there and get the timetable. I know that a draft has already been sent to my email, and I would like to request them to put it up for you to use. Somebody is asking here, please enlighten me about community development and social justice. I would like to say that in addition to this general orientation, we are also having departmental orientations. And immediately after this week, on Monday, there will be an orientation at the department where you are told about the different programs and the prospects associated to those programs, where you will be given the course outline, the program outline for the whole year, so that you know. One of the things I would like to say maybe in relation to this is that I would like to encourage all of you to always read ahead when you are given the course outline or the program outline. Another question here is that if somebody offers diploma in sign language interpreting, is that the end? Because I've not mentioned the bachelor's, the master's, and the PhD. I would like to report here that we now have the Bachelor of Sign Language Translation and Interpreting and the Master's of Sign Language Translation and Interpreting, which is in the process of approval. So when you do the diploma, I would like to encourage you that you don't sleep, because when you're a Kyambogo University student, even with your testimonial, when your results are complete, we can admit you for the next course. So that is the information that you need to know now, even before you enter class. Somebody is also asking what Bachelor of Social Justice, Community Development and Social Justice stand for. That one also we are going to discuss on Monday. And somebody is asking, I think what the person wanted to say is that if I'm doing social justice, will I also get opportunity to learn sign language? I'm saying yes. There is a course on sign language for you also. But that course is little, and you will need to add on when you complete your full program. Those who are doing community-based rehabilitation, you also have sign language that you also learn. Somebody has asked a very important question in a very small piece of paper, very beautiful. how will we know our lecture rooms? Please do not laugh. This has been a very big concern. I know of a student who studied a bachelor's course when he was admitted for a diploma just because the name was the same. When it came to test, he also did the test. And he was not on the list of those people who were supposed to do the test. So the lecturer asked, "Can you show me your admission letter or registration card?" He said, "Yes, I have my card." Said, "Please, you are in a wrong class." I would like to say that when you reach your department, please ask where your lecture room is. Some of the lecture rooms are in the Faculty of Special Needs. Some of the lecture rooms are in the central teaching block. The block which you see is being built. So you need to know where your lectures are. Not only for those of the Faculty of Special Needs, but for all the faculties. The question is there a chance for you to connect us to different organizations? I would like to say that different organizations will be coming to present to you what they do and how you can work with them. Do not miss attending such seminars. And I would like to invite other students from other faculties. When you hear of such a workshop, please go and attend if you are free, because that is where you will also get opportunity to be absorbed. Which subjects do I take for the Bachelor of Community Development and Social Justice? It is open for both arts and science courses. Can I also become a teacher when I study community education, adult and community education? You will go and teach in adult education institutions, which are found in some locations in the country. Or you are employed in community development to train adults. There's a lot of questions in relation to Bachelor of Community Development and Social Justice here, and I would like to request that those questions, I'm going to carry them with me, and those are the things we are going to start with during our induction, internal induction on Monday. I've been asked here that I'm doing diploma in mobility and rehabilitation, but the structure tuition, the tuition is not reflected in the fee structure that is available. If that is a mishap, we are going to work on it, but there is a fee structure for that program. We would like to know about course units. I hope somebody who came before me also talked about course units. But in the university, in the secondary schools, you have topics. In the university, you have courses. And each semester, there are about 5, 6 to 7 courses. Those are what we call the course units. And they have the number of hours that you are supposed to cover per course. The hours includes lecture hours and practical hours to give you the number of course units. For example, if you have 30, like each course unit is 15 hours. So if you have 3 course units, those are 45 hours. Then you have practical course unit 1. It is multiplied by 2, which is 30. So you get 4 course units. So when you go to your department, please ask, this course you are telling me, how many course units are they? The reason is very simple. You are supposed to study a certain number of hours to allow you sit examinations. If you don't study for 75%, you will not be allowed to sit exams. And you know how it is painful? When you have paid your tuition and you are told not to sit exams, then your parents will ask you, where were you when others were studying? I think basically a number of them are being asked in relation to the courses that are there: community development, adult and community education. I would like to say again that we are going to have the faculty orientation, departmental orientation, starting next week when we are starting our lectures. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dean. Another round of applause for Dean for addressing us from Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. Now that marks the end of our time here.
And this is the Faculty of Special Needs. What you are seeing there, what you see earlier on, this is assessment. We are assessing the eye. And those are some of the devices that are used for assessment. And this is part of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation that I would like you to go and see. This is the resource room I'm talking about for students with visual impairment to use, but also for you who has sight to learn how to work with students with visual impairment. So that resource room is open to everybody. The lady you are seeing at the side there is using an equipment. She's visually impaired. But we have equipment there that can help students to record lectures. But please, when you are recording lectures, you need to ask permission from the lecturer so that you are not suspected. They record and then eventually they put in a computer and they listen to, or they can be able to retype. So those are some of the things that we have in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation that are motivating all of you to take time, visit, and be able to benefit from it. When you leave Kyambogo and let people know that you are from Kyambogo University.
Thanks very much, Dean. Another round of applause for Dean for that wonderful presentation. Now, as we are moving out, tomorrow you have your last session in the afternoon. You pass by for the guild leadership will have to speak to you at 2, and members from different places of worship, they need to show you where to go. They will come in the afternoon. That will mark your orientation week in the mighty Kyambogo University. So as we are leaving this room, we are going to use the back door and let members of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities use the front door as they are coming through. And allow me to invite Mr. Dunstan Atujushe to take over from me at this particular moment. And I also welcome the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Dr. Elizabeth Chazke. You are welcome. Students from Faculty of Arts and Humanities, if you're out there in the tents, please come and utilize this space. Faculty of Arts and Humanities, this is your time. Come through from the front doors and join this audience. Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, some people got admissions having Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Please, you can also join. Arts and Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, come through and utilize this space. Let's come through very fast. Let's enter in 2 minutes. Settle. When you settle, keep your mask on. Remember to greet your neighbor. Welcome him or her to this university. Don't just keep quiet. Okay? Members from Arts and Social Sciences, If your admission letter reads so, join the audience. Your dean is already here and ready to address you. Wow. Welcome. If your colleague has forgotten this session, please give him or her a call to come through for this session. Faculty of Arts and Humanities, feel free to come and occupy all the spaces inside here. Those who are still in tents, we still have some free space. Come and utilize it. Settle very fast and we kickstart. Be sure that you are from Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. You're welcome. I also take this opportunity moment to welcome you to Kyambogo University on behalf of the Office of Dean of Students. My name is Adrian Kakinda from the Department of Psychology in the new Faculty of Social Sciences. So welcome aboard. I'm handing over this microphone to my co-chairperson, who will welcome the Dean of Arts and Humanities to address you. Welcome, Mr. Dunstan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by introducing myself as Atujiche Dunstan. I am the faculty administrator at Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences formerly, and currently we are housed under Faculty of Arts and Humanities. I want to clarify two things. One is that your admission letters have Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. But if you are in the following courses, you are in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities. If you have Bachelor of Arts in Arts, okay. So you'll keep checking on your admission letters, except for just a few cases which are not yet clear, you'll be sorted out. When you look at your admission letters, there is something that is common which you need to take care of. All your admission letters start with 21. And at the university, sometimes we call it a number plate. All cars in Uganda start with U. You find UAB, UBL, UBA. So all people in the university this year start with the number 21. And as you move along, the digits differ. They keep changing. So all of your number plates, you need to cram that number plate of yours. Don't copy some other person's number plate. Have your number plate 2100 with the other digits. This session is for Faculty of Arts and Humanities, and I wouldn't take so much time. I would like to invite the Dean of the faculty, Dr. Elizabeth Chazike, to address you.
Good afternoon. Hello? Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the Dean of Students Office for organizing this activity and function for all of us this afternoon. I'm Chazke Elizabeth, as has been introduced. I'm the Dean Faculty of Arts and Humanities. Like the faculty administrator was already telling you, in your admission letter, you're admitted under Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, because up to last year, 31st December, the faculty was still together as Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. But right now, we have split into two, and now we have the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, and I'm speaking on behalf of that faculty, and later on, my colleague from the Faculty of Social Sciences will be speaking to you. So I want to first of all welcome you to Kyambogo University and thank you for making the right choice to join Kyambogo University. Can you clap for yourselves? And I want you to feel at home from here. And this, I know you're going to have a very wonderful experience as students within Kyambogo University. I'm very sure that some of you, before you entered this hall, you didn't know how the inside of Kyambogo looks like. You normally pass by the road and you say, how is that university? Some people want always to say the university in Banda, but you have seen that really this is one of the mighty universities around. The Faculty of Arts and Humanities, much as right now we still have the signpost for the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, it is located very close to the administration block. I'm sure all of you here have been able to pick your admission letters. That's the building housing the Faculty of Arts and Humanities right now. I want you to differentiate between two things. There's the Dean of the Faculty and the Dean of Students. The fact that we are very close to main building, everybody comes from science, from engineering. It's like this is the faculty in the university, and we are really proud that actually people think we are the only faculty around. But I want you to know that the faculty, and I'll talk about our responsibilities, we are mainly in charge of your academic issues. And I'm sure the Dean has already talked to you, the Dean of Students, who is in charge of your other social and all those other things to do with your welfare. So I don't expect, like I got a case one girl came to me and said, my rice was all stolen in the hostel. I may not handle issues to do with the hostel. Those are not within my mandate or jurisdiction. And I wanted to make it clear. Sometimes, for instance, maybe someone has lost someone, or a student, God forbid, has died. And then you'll come to me and say, Dean, a student, we need transport to go for burial. Such things are supposed to be addressed to what? To the Dean of Students. And me, I'll come in to say, for us, we mainly deal with issues to do with your teaching, learning, and everything to do with your academic environment. In the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, currently we have 6 departments, and I'll start with the department that is represented. I have the Department of Performing Arts, and Dr. Kenneth here is the head of department. Please stand up for recognition, and thank you for coming. So, as I'll later on talk about your subjects, and then I'll direct you to the right office. We also have the Department of History, Archaeology, and Heritage Studies. This is headed by Dr. Ojambo Robert. This department and the office of the head is located at the same building on the top floor. We have the Department of Religious Studies, headed by Associate Professor Kuloba. This departmental office is located almost on the same level, actually, like the faculty office. You'll see the Department of Religious Studies. We have the Department of Languages and Communication. This department is located close to where we are right now. Along this road, you'll see a house. Immediately you finish, this is the central teaching facility. The next house there is the Department of Languages and Communication, and the head is Dr. Sarah Navichu. We have the Department of Geography, and the head is Dr. Barasa Bernard, and the Department of Literature and Filming Studies, where most of you want to study from. I don't know how many of you have so far come. I want to change a subject. I want to do literature. How many people here are offering literature? Literature? Okay. So we have some few people here offering literature, and so that is one of the disciplines that we offer. In the faculty office, you're going to find a number of people. It's not only the dean alone. We have the faculty administrator. He already introduced himself here, Mr. Dunstan. He will always be there for many of these issues. So cram his face and make sure that you're asking the right people. I know that there are some people who keep around there and will mislead you and say, I'm also the dean here. I'm doing this. Please do not be cheated by people who move around. So we have one faculty administrator. It is done. Members within the faculty office, we also have the registrar, and this registrar will be in charge, or she's called Mrs. Rose Cole. She's in charge of your registration issues. At a certain point in time, the academic registrar will announce the time when you're supposed to register. They will tell you the conditions, and of course one of them is full payment. Come with your originals. Don't come with them today. They will announce the time for registration. Then you'll be served at the faculty for you to register. Now this takes me to the courses that we have at undergraduate, which you have been offered. I know the first course we have is the Bachelor of Arts in Arts. The Bachelor of Arts in Arts is a course where you are offered disciplines, or let us simply call them subjects as we've been calling them. So you're going to find maybe you're offering history, geography, economics. That is it. Please do not go and attend educational courses if your course is not Bachelor of Arts with Education. Bachelor of Arts in Arts, you do not study foundational courses in education. Then we have another course where a majority of you belong, is the Bachelor of Arts with Education. These are different courses. The first is Bachelor of Arts in Arts, and then the Bachelor of Arts with Education. So if it is the Bachelor of Arts with Education, it means you have two teaching subjects. The ones that you're being trained to teach in future. And these subjects on your admission letter have symbols. I'll start to mention some of them. If you have EL, it stands for English. Then LT is literature. So the combination is English, literature. You cannot do English history. It is not there. English goes with literature. You cannot say I'm doing history and then literature or that. That is the combination. It cannot change. And I also wanted to clarify that for anybody who has offered English literature, that means that you scored something not less than C in literature. Stop coming around and say, oh, I have an E, I want to offer literature. Literature stops at that. The same applies to economics and all that. We pick the best of what you offered. But sometimes you find someone has E in economics but wants to change to economics. It's better you do what you offered and what you did best. Other combinations have the combination of other subjects. HS stands for history. RS, religious studies. And I want to clarify that even if you offered Islam, here we have given you religious studies. In the teaching, we know how to split Islam from the Christian religious studies. So it is all RS, whether you offered Islam or even if you offered CRE at HSC. Then we have MU. MU stands for music. And I want to clarify that some of you at HSC, you offered subject combinations which could not necessarily match the teaching combinations we have. In the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, we do not offer teaching subjects like entrepreneurship, ICT. Those who were given entrepreneurship or ICT with education are in the School of Management for Business Education. So the Bachelor of Arts with Education cannot, we cannot take in students who are going to teach entrepreneurship of ICT. So in circumstances where you had history ICT and entrepreneurship, you end up getting a combination of history music or RS music like that, because music starts at the beginning stage. So GG stands for geography. So if you have GG, that means geography. LL is Luganda. KIS is Kiswahili. FL is French. And then, maybe I've forgotten some, but really, those are the majority of the subject or the subjects. Okay, we have EC for economics. So you find you should be having some of those symbols. But mark you that you have the two teaching subjects, meaning that you have to pick a timetable from the Department of History for history courses. You have to know the location of the Department of Economics if you do economics, to pick the timetable for economics. The timetable is not joint. Each subject, I'll use the word subject for clarity. Each subject has a department, and at this department, you pick a timetable for that subject or discipline. Later on, of course, you can ask for clarification. But if you are offering education, you'll have now to go and pick a third timetable from the Faculty of Education, where I know the Dean is also coming in here this afternoon, I think, for education, where you study the foundational courses. On average, in year one, semester one, you're supposed to offer 6 courses. Let me use just an example. 2 in history, 2 in geography, 2 in education. Those are 6 courses in a semester. And the semesters will keep changing. And the number keeps changing. But on average, I said on average, they might vary, but on average. So another course we have is the Bachelor of Cultural Heritage Studies. And this is the first intake for this course. And this is a standalone course, meaning that for them, they are not going to do history, what, no. They are dealing with courses in cultural heritage. We have the Bachelor of Archaeology and Heritage Management. It's also a different course, but on its own. And then we also have the Bachelor of Performing Arts. And at this juncture, I wanted to ask the head of department to briefly brief our first years about the Bachelor of Performing Arts.
Let me do it from here.
Is it not visible there?
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Madam Dean, for that opportunity for me to speak about my department, the Department of Music and Performing Arts, and the programs we offer. I have already been introduced. My name is Dr. Kenneth Bamturaki Amoti. I have a pet name. And I am the head of Department of Music and Performing Arts. We have a number of programs in that department, ladies and gentlemen. One of them is the Bachelor of Performing Arts. This program aims at training a performer in the disciplines of either music, dance, and drama. So when you join our department to study that course, you will be trained in all those arts, but you will major in one. And our objective at the end of it all will be to form a performer, first of all, in all the 3 disciplines, but with a strong foundation in one of the disciplines, music, dance, and drama. So, do we have anybody who has picked an admission here for that program? Yes, a number of students were admitted to that program. You're most welcome. You have your hand up? Oh, you're most welcome. We shall be very, very glad to receive you in that department. We also teach other courses. We have a diploma in music and theater arts. The objective is the same, to train performers in either music, dance, and drama. And the student will specialize in one of the disciplines of the performing arts. But this time round, this is a diploma program. We teach mature teachers, people who have already gone through the training process of becoming teachers at diploma level, and they are joining to get either Bachelor of Education or a Bachelor of Teacher Education. So we also teach those students in our department. Now, you may begin your ambition now, young lady who is joining us. At the postgraduate level, we have master's degrees. We have a Master of Music, but we also have a Master of Music Education. And in the future, we shall design and draw programs, masters in theater and drama, and a master's in dance. So you're most welcome. You can always identify with us. We are just located opposite Stanbic Bank. And when you come, you'll be very, very much well received and welcomed. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kenneth Bamuturaki, Head of Performing Arts. And I think those who are already admitted to offer music, you see, you have people here who are going to take care of you. Those were mainly courses that we offer, to which many of you have been admitted, but like the Head of Performing Arts talked about, there are other courses. We have courses up to PhDs if you want to do your third degree, the master's courses, but for now, let us concentrate on what is really in your docket. In terms of the lecture spaces, in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, and previously, before I left, I was talking about the timetables. Please check with these departments. I said the Department of History, the Department of Religious Studies, Department of Geography and Literature are all on the same block where you picked the admission letters. Those offices you see up, and it's only Religious Studies down, but Literature, Geography, and History are all up, so you can easily get them from there. Other than that, languages, I showed you where it is, and Performing Arts is close to Stanbic. If you have seen where Stanbic Bank is, if you proceed a little, you're going to see there the Department of Performing Arts. And now let me talk about the lecture spaces that we use. During our lecture hours, we share facilities with other faculties. Where we are sitting, I'm sure you've been told before, this is the central teaching facility. But you rarely hear someone say Central Teaching Facility, they say CTF. So you should be tuned to say, if they say CTF, and then you know you have to go for that lecture. The lectures in our faculty and of course within the university start at 7 a.m. I know at 7 a.m. some of you are thinking about maybe waking up and all that. Here it will be business. We would have started by 7 a.m. So if you find that the timetable shows that you are starting at 7, 7 is 7. If you come at 9, you'll meet another lecturer. So we keep alternating, maybe after 2 hours or after 1 hour. So you need to know your timetable and know, okay, at 7 a.m. like Thursday today this morning, I know we have to be teaching history. And so you are in CTF 105. This is CTF 105. We rarely use this. CTF 106, the other side. If you start moving up, you find CTF 20 this. So you keep checking the number. And the other side where you see the new building across this other road, after the Peace Park, where the bazaar is taking place, you go to CLB. It is Central Lecture Block, but people here just hear CLB. It means the other block. And so if your lecture is in that space, you need to know where you have to go. If it is not CLB for Faculty of Arts and Humanities, we use RAC. RAC, Republic Complex, is the building you see opposite the main building. There's a sort of a lecture block there. That one is RAC. We also have quite a number of lectures there. And those now have letters. You hear RAC A, RAC B, RAC C, you know that you're supposed to check with those. At the faculty building, we also have some spaces. If, for instance, they say it is room 100, you know room 100 is at the faculty up. Then we have room 115 down close to religious studies. I cannot mention all of them, there are several others, but those are the main facilities that we use for our lectures. Of course, you also need to learn the course name that you are offering and the course code. Here you are not going to say, I'm offering history. Someone asks which course. Then you say AHS 1101. If I say AHS 1101, it means it is a history paper, which is 1101. 1 standing for year 1, semester 1, 01, paper 1. So the codes stand for different things. So if, for instance, you are in semester 1, like right now, and you say my course is 1, 2, anybody will say no, it cannot be 2, because 1, 2 means year 1, semester 2. So all these courses have codes that we need to get used to, and the course names, and also we also need to get aware of the course lecturers. It's always very important. The faculty does not have the rights to change for you the subject combinations, all the courses you have been offered. This is not within our mandate. If you want anything like that, please consult with the academic registrar. In each of your courses, you're going to find that you'll be having some coordinators. There are some voluntary people around here. As I can see, this, you are in 3rd year, Semper, 2nd year. These are course coordinators. They also do help to organize. It's like in secondary schools, you usually talk about class monitors. Here, we don't have class monitors. We have course coordinators, class coordinators, who coordinate. Sometimes they talk to the lecturers in case the lecturers have taken some time and say, oh, are you coming? We have a class where they are not supposed to remind them because they know, but sometimes they have to keep that conversation between the two sides. And they do a lot of work. And I'm sure that when you go to any of your lectures, this will be the thing you start with to find out who is going to be your class coordinator. And if you are interested, please warm up and become a class coordinator. I also want to emphasize that in our, this will talk about them even when we come to our faculty briefings and then the different course briefings. You should note that in the university here, in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, we're going to teach you using a blended mode. Yes, some of the lectures are going to be physical. We are here, but don't hesitate at one point when we say, okay, today we are going to have a lecture online, because now we are in the new normal and we have to embrace online teaching and learning. I want to tell you such that you are aware of that. This does not mean go and start demanding from your parents to buy you laptops, okay? Do not do that when they cannot afford. When we give or when we study here in our semester, we divide up our results into 2. We have what we call a coursework, and we also have what we're going to call the exam that you are used to. I want to remind you that, or to inform you that the coursework is an exam. It's very important. This is why you're going to be given assignments by the lecturers using any mode they want. They can say it is going to be a test. They can say this is a question, take it home. Please take it seriously. From experience, I've seen that students usually in year 1, semester 1, like you are, they usually do not do coursework. And here, even if you do the exam and get 100%, if you did not do the coursework, you will not pass that paper. So you need to know that coursework is very important. When the lecturers talk about coursework, when they say this is the deadline for coursework, please keep it as a deadline and ensure that you hand in the coursework in time. We shall be talking more about this in our lectures, in our faculty, and even in the departments. Please take care of your personal security. It is very common in year 1 in the lecture rooms because One thing you should know is that even if we wanted to take a record, we can never know who is sitting here all the time. Yes, we know you are students, most of you, but you never know a bad character. You have to be aware of your security. You are the first person to take care of your security before you bring in any security personnel. This is not, it didn't happen here, but in some other university where someone comes and pretends and says, you know, some of you have got these very beautiful phones. For the first time, your grandmother, your father, your friend said, you are going on campus. Let me buy for you a smartphone. And then this guy comes in the lecture room and says, oh, someone is calling me. Can I please use your phone? Please do not. Before you know it all, this person will have disappeared with your phone. And then you don't know them. You don't know where they have gone. So please take care of that. The same thing applies to your bags. It is so common that first years have these backpacks for carrying. If you look at the second years, you saw them around. Or the third years, you rarely find them with those big bags, because now for them they want to pretend this that they are now working class sort of. They carry small bags with their books in. They rarely carry backpacks. I'm not saying do not carry them. So they can easily know who is a first year. And then people might take advantage and take on your personal property. I can talk, but let me wind up by saying that the number of issues that we handle the faculty, I said we handle issues to do with your results. We shall later tell you how you're going to be able to receive your results, of course, through the system. We don't give reports that end of term, end of semester, everything will come in your portal. Registration, I talked about it. We handle issues to do with retakes, and please don't aim at retaking. Retaking is when you fail and you have to repeat the paper, but don't aim at that from the beginning. And I'm sure you have already been told about issues to do with registration from the registrar. I also want to wind up by saying that, please, as you start today, you have started your journey. You have started working on that class of the degree, which is disturbing some of you and say, me, I want to do literature. Me, as you see me standing here, I offered history. And it is from this history that I've become who I am up to today. So there's no subject which is bad. And I've ever done music as well. So all these subjects are equally good. It depends on how much effort you're going to put in. So let us aim at getting the, you should note that degrees are classified. We have first class, second class upper, second class lower, third class and pass. Everybody should aim to be first class, and if you're in first class, then definitely you're on the vice chancellor's list. If you're in second class upper, then you are on the dean's list. So you need to know this and work towards this. Of course, we shall try as much as possible in the faculty to encourage you to dress decently. We are not going to say, okay, you should put on gomasses or what, no, but we encourage decency, because that can help you and make you get rid of problems. There are quite a number of discussion groups that you can formulate among yourselves. And I know these colleagues of yours you see here want to tell you about their discussion group, and I'll give them 1 minute. They call themselves ZAMO. They organize discussions. They are not lecturers, okay? Do you know that? I want you to take note. But they do discussions just in different subjects here. And they usually want really to talk about themselves here. And I want to encourage them to say 1 or 2 things. I said we are short of time, and so please let us try as much as possible to be brief.
Protocol observed. I would like to recognize the presence of our dear Dean of Students, the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, the Chairperson, Orientation Program, the teaching staff around, the non-teaching staff, and the entire students' body of Kyambogo University. I am Semper Geoffrey Pamrace, a student in year 2 offering history and geography. Right now, we are here to extend the gospel of the importance of discussion groups at university level. You are unfortunate that you've come at a time when tutorials had been scrapped out as per the university program because of one reason or the other. So, the backup right now is forming discussions. For us, I remember it was in August of 2019, on 28th, during the time of our orientation, we came up with the idea of forming a discussion group, and we call ourselves ZAMO Elite Discussion Group, meaning the elites of luck. But the pivotal role is academic excellence. For that matter, therefore, I implore you, my brothers and sisters, please join us. If you can't join us, it is still very okay. Formulate your own discussions. We are here, and all our teaching staff, so long as you are aiming at academics, they are willing to help you, just like how they are helping us. And let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Elizabeth, our patron. She is the patron of ZAMO Elite Kyambogo University. Kyambogo University ZAMO Elite Discussion, we are officially registered with the university. Therefore, we operate our operations in a right way. But the pivotal role is academics. We've expanded bigger and bigger. For that matter, therefore, we even have managed to establish another discussion group in year 1. For us, we shall say year 1A. You have come more freshers, you are year 1B. I'm sorry to say. Here they are. And we have the president of ZAMO Elite Discussion Group year 1, Mr. Byamukama. Just say your name.
I'm Byamukama Moses, History, Geography, President, ZAMO Elite Discussion Group.
I'm Nakadorothy Namleme. I'm the Vice President of ZAMO Elite Geography Economics.
I'm Kizito Lamek. I'm doing Economics Geography. I'm the Speaker of the ZAMO Elites and the Department of Economics.
I'm Samuel Kaunde, and I'm the head of PS, Professional Studies, Educational Professional Studies, year 1, semester 2.
I am Okeria Charles, History Geography, year 2, a secretary of ZAMO Elite Discussion Group.
I am Kizito Ruhanga, pursuing History Geography, ZAMO Elite, year 1. Thank you.
My name is Okurut Isaiah. I happen to be a security minister. ZAMO, you know, whenever there is a discussion, we need to be in peace. So I am the security minister. However, I have very many roles that I play. I also happen to be a coordinator of professional studies year 2. Then secondly, at the same time, I am also in the program of mentors. So I am a mentor. And I happen to be being monitored by Mr. Adrian Kakinda. He is my supervisor. So I am very happy, sir, that you are around.
My name's Omanyala Innocent Chris. I am a student of year 2 as well. I am the financial minister of ZAMO Elite. Thank you for your audience.
Madam Doctor, I request you to add me a half a minute. I put my few remarks to my fellow brothers and sisters. You've come to Kyambogo University, you are very lucky. Because of the COVID situation, many of your friends were left out. Please, please utilize the chance that you are here and achieve what you want. Read hard, take care of yourself. AIDS is real, COVID is real. Take care of your properties. At the same time, the reason why you are here is more important than your presence. May God bless you. Semper Geoffrey. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much, Zamo Elite Group. And of course, Sempa will not get annoyed when I talk about Sempa. When Sempa came in year one, like you, he had these dreadlocks that I'll never forget. But today he's preaching the gospel according to discussions. So that means that he's really, and I really want to thank my colleagues and who have really been talking to them. And maybe through this, you can see that they are really focused in as far as their academics is concerned. We have a number of questions here, and please keep sending them because our time is also running up. And I'll answer maybe some of them that are related to our faculty here. But I'll also answer this one. There's someone who says that, good afternoon, Dean. I'm offering arts in economics, but my admission letter, I have NA. What subjects am I supposed to do? The Bachelor of Arts in Economics is in Social Sciences, and the Dean is coming, but still I know what to say. Bachelor of Arts in Economics, you don't have subjects. Everything you're going to do is economics, and you have different papers. So I'm just giving an example. It could be microeconomics, macroeconomics, econometrics, all those. But you'll still have to do those. That's why the issue of subject is not applicable, because you are doing actually one subject. It's not really a subject. The course is a standalone course, the Bachelor of Arts with Economics. It's not education. Okay. I only just want to clarify, there are people who are doing social sciences, I'm sure. Are you there here? Inside here? Social sciences? Okay, you are there, and your dean will really speak about this. I know that you also have different subjects. Some of them cut across and come in the humanities, maybe have history, or sociology, or SA. But I'll leave that to the next dean. Someone here says, I wanted to do economics, but I was given history, yet the scores in both are the same. And I'm interested in economics. The scores have not been indicated here. And it also, I don't know what you scored in economics, so it's not very clear. Like I said, in economics, it's usually A and B. So you might have scored C's or D's, and then we feel that you can ably take on the other subjects. Someone here is asking about the timetables, but Mr. Dunstan here will speak about the timetables. I know that many of them are going to be pinned up, and some have already been pinned up. Do the timetables allocate the room? Yes. On each timetable, you're going to find the course code. That's why I talked about the course code. Mr. Dunstan here was talking about your registration number, which is like your number plate. If, for instance, like the samples here, your registration numbers begin with 19. So these are 19. So when I see 19 stroke U stroke this, I know that this is a second year. If we go to third years, it is 18 stroke this. And yours, we have first year in second semester. We are going to second year now. They are 24. Yours starts with 21. So you need to know the other numbers. Like Mr. Danson here said, you don't have to be cramming your friend's number. Your registration number is your, like he says, is your identifier. You might forget your name, but please do not forget your registration number. For each and everything you do, for your coursework, for your payments, everything, make sure you indicate that number, because it will link you into the system. If, for instance, you have done your exam and you want to upload your results, we use your registration number, and that will throw them directly into your portal, which you'll check where you are registered from. You'll be able to see your marks, your payments, like the ICT team already briefed you. So the timetables will have the course code and the room. Please, Madam Dean, you said you don't give out entrepreneurship RS because it is what I like most. At this moment, it is not liking. We also have God is destiny. God did not like you to do entrepreneurship, the person who asked this question. But at the same time, I'm saying that as faculty arts, and when you apply for Bachelor of Arts with Education, we are dealing with humanities courses. Entrepreneurship is offered in the School of Management. There are also students there who offer Bachelor of Business Education, and they do courses like entrepreneurship and ICT. And of course, you're going to find there are those who are offering education, but maybe there are students who are doing maybe Bachelor of Vocational Studies, in those who are teachers of fine arts. But here we are strictly training teachers of history, like economics we already said, geography, religious studies, languages like Luganda, French, Kiswahili, name them like I named them earlier, music, that is it. But there are others, there are several courses within the university, but for you the course you are offered, we cannot combine religious studies and entrepreneurship. Okay? Another one says, are the timetables already out? Yes, the timetables are out, and on the departmental notes boards, these timetables can be identified. Is there anything?
Thank you, Madam Dean. Can we? Yes. That is not enough for a dean. I would like to inform you that I was once a student like you, and my number plate was starting with 01. Now you are number plate is starting with 21. It means you can also make it. Adrian, your number plate was? His number plate was 11. So you can also make it. Sempa is 19. There are other people also coming with the 22. So want to make sure that you keep your number plate, and that will be your mark. You always have it. Because if I come with my number plate and enter into the system, my result can also be seen. Madam Dean explained so many things, and some people are not attentive. But most importantly, she said, the best course is what you are given. And the worst one is the one that you want, which is not here. Some of you did history, economics, and art, but they wanted to do civil engineering. That one is not yours. The one which you are given is the best. The subject that you are given is the most appropriate, given the experience, given the expertise that the technical people, they go through and assess. And even God now comes in and says, I wanted entrepreneurship, but I failed it. So that is what you would get. There was questions that were coming in. The timetables are out. We shall endeavor to have them on your timetable on the notes board at the faculty by the end of today. For those which are ready available, because we also have to allocate times in the lecture room so that we don't collide. Someone is asking about Nanziri Hall. It is across opposite Stanbic Bank. Verification. This week you are through orientation. You end your orientation tomorrow in the afternoon with the guild leadership attending to you and the places of worship, because we are a holy university. We need you to be enriched in that area. Next week, lectures begin. The timetable is there. You'll find that you'll have a lecture as early as 7, like they didn't clarified. And for those who are in evening, lectures may go on up to 8, 9, depending on the timetable available. Please endeavor to take leadership in these courses, like you've seen the ZAMO. Excel, and your destiny will be bright. But if you're somebody who loves your blanket so much, it is hard. People who come from Kabale, when they reach Kampala, they don't use blankets because Kampala is very hot. So just drop that culture. Someone is asking about the other subjects. Dean has talked about them. The departments, you try to endeavor. Use orientation means you move around and try to identify by yourself. Lastly, we need to look at security. Yesterday, we arrested somebody in this very tent out there. she had come purposefully to collect mobile phones. By the time we infringed pain on her, she had collected 7 phones. And she was around, very decently dressed, very smart, very beautiful, very everything. But she had carried, her work was only to sit next to you, and as you are attentively listening, she's sending her hand and collecting the phone. Please take care of your security. Don't listen to everybody. Seek information from inside the offices. Don't look for information on Banda Street. Those sharp people always tell you have put something in your pocket or in your hand and it will get dissolved and you will die. Please, when you see them, someone is asking for direction, you are not a police officer and you're not a signpost to direct everybody. Mind your business. Like the dean said, they always look at the fresher. Fresher is known. You're carrying a big bag, you have an envelope, they know. And after taking admission letter, they call you and they want you to give them 1 million to get the letter. So please try to be careful with yourself. Mind of the person you're talking to. Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, if you are out there, please get in. There's enough space. If you are from Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, by your admission letter, you get in. We have just heard from the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities. The Dean, Social Sciences is coming in. So we shall keep engaging as we wait for the other persons to come in. And the Dean clarified on the courses which fall under Arts and Humanities. But if your admission letter has Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, this is the same family. You are in the same family. And you sit and fit in the chair. Sit and feel the chair. This is some of the rooms you are going in to study, have your lectures, have chairs like this. So don't think this is reserved for a conference. No, this is our daily bread. Okay? Some things may not be okay, but everything will be fine. When we are through with the first week of orientation, a calendar is going to be issued, and we shall, as we continue our lectures, we shall go through the process of registration. Please and please don't come and line up the whole day and you miss lectures. Only come for registration when you are free. When you don't have lectures. Ensure that you follow the timetable. Read it carefully. Don't find yourself with on a day and then for you decide to choose, take yourself to evening. Don't decide on which subjects to do. Decide on what has been given to you. That is only what you are supposed to take. There was a question on change of course, and the dean clarified that change of course is not a mandate of the faculty. It is the work of the academic registrar under Office of Admissions. And most of you have been there. You'll get the answers. Faculty of Social Sciences, someone has SSD and wants to know whether SSD is the same as Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences. It is. You look at your admission letter, the admission letter has the long name and the short name. If it is Arts with Education, it is AED or AEE. A standing for Arts Education Day. arts education evening. If it is social sciences, it is social sciences day or social sciences evening. The last digit stands for the time of study. Someone talked of SDE, which is Bachelor of Arts in Security and Diplomatic Studies. You fall under the Department of Public Administration and Political Science, and you are in the Faculty of Social Sciences. Timetable is not. At this point in time, would like to appreciate the presence of the Dean Faculty of Education, Associate Professor Asimwe Aikoru. She's here. The Dean talked of people who are doing arts with education. You have the third paper. You have 2 subjects, but you also have the other professional. It is professional studies, and that paper falls in the Faculty of Education, and the Dean is here with us. She will clarify more. Someone sent a question asking on how many, and the Dean clarified. Please be careful. For arts in arts and arts in arts, you are having 3 subjects. Arts with education, on your admission letter there are 2 subjects, and you have the third subject as professional studies, PS. PS is in Faculty of Education. It's now School of Education. It is abbreviated as EPS. The codes there will be written EPS. Don't go and attend the PS of Social Sciences. The PS in Social Sciences is Political Science. Don't go and attend that one. Attend the one in Faculty of Education. Those coming in, you're most welcome. Make sure you look on your left, look on your right, greet your neighbor, and get to know the course he's doing, because some of them are doing Bachelor of arounding your bags, surrounding yourself. So you should know, watch your neighbor so that when he moves out, he doesn't move with some of your properties. Be careful, always be mindful of that. Security begins with you. As we wait for the Dean of Social Sciences, I would like to invite the Dean Faculty of Education to say a word or two to her students who are in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities.
Good afternoon, students. I hope you're already students of Kyambogo University. You're most welcome to Kyambogo University, and particularly those that are supposed to be offering Bachelor of something with education. We are the coordinating school of education. We are going to coordinate all your professional studies. We make the timetable for the professional studies, and we teach you those professional studies that lead you to the qualification of education. Because the final output, the professional outlook that you're going to have at the end of the day is education. So that's why it's very critical that you pay attention to all subject areas that you're supposed to be offering on your program. If you're offering economics, I don't know which other combination, usually economics, geography, or RS, history, know that the third subject is going to be education. And in all faculties and programs that offer education, you're going to be more burdened than probably your friends who are offering other programs. Because whereas for them probably they are offering social sciences with psychology and maybe development studies as a subject, those will be the only two subjects that they are offering. But for education, you must offer education as a compulsory subject, because that is what is going to define you at the end of your program here at Kyambogo University. So it's important that you balance all the three subjects. I know it's not easy, and even for the sciences it can be worse, because there are so many courses that the science students will be expected to take in addition to education, which itself also has its own weight. So I want to encourage you that you don't get lost in all these celebrities if you are offering education, because your burden is slightly bigger than for these other students probably who are not taking three subject combinations and which are very wide at that. So we'll be with you as far as organizing the professional teaching is concerned, but we also coordinate school practice as the School of Education, because that is a professional activity. You will have school practice, of course, when you come to your second year, and when you come to your third year, third year. And we pray that the new teacher policy, I'm sure many of you have heard about the new teacher policy. The teacher policy spells out that all students studying for a degree in education are going to do a mandatory 1 year of internship after they finish university. So we are praying that this doesn't catch up with you. Remember the teacher bill, if you are following what is going on in Parliament and in the ministry, the teacher bill is being formulated, and the Teacher Act is already on the table of Cabinet. And in the event that the Teacher Council is established, because it's the Teacher Council that is going to set the standards of education and of teacher education in this country. We've not had any council before, and that's why we've not had our standards as teachers being strictly adhered to, because there was no act of Parliament to hold anybody accountable for the less or more standards that are going on in the teaching profession. So that's why I'm saying that let's pray that that 1 year mandatory of internship doesn't catch up with you, because there's going to be a professional certificate given by the Teacher Council once established that qualifies you to go and teach. And it's not going to be like previously, where you are a teacher and that is it, you are registered and that is it, until you decide to leave the profession or go to do other things. There's going to be re-accreditation of teachers every 2 or so years, depending on the continuous professional development courses and the accumulation of credits that you have got. So a number of things are going to change. There's a lot of reform happening in the teaching profession, and you are supposed to be aware of what is happening in the country, the reforms that are happening, so that you are not caught unawares, just in case you are supposed to be part of the reform process. So I think in brief, I have almost finished my orientation, but thank you very much. You are all most welcome to Kyambogo University. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor and the Dean of the School of Education. There are some things that you need to acclimatize yourself with, that you need to get used to. We don't have a director of studies, we don't have a head teacher, we don't have a class teacher or the head of departments are there. So you just need to get used. And most of them, you'll always find doctor. So the ranks are the titles that they have. So don't come, I'm coming to look for that man. There's a man who comes here to teach us with a bald head. That would be an insult. Professionally, at least if you don't know the name, say, I'm looking for the lecturer who takes us in this particular paper. The lecturer of econometrics. Like I told you, always seek information from offices. Visit an office, knock, enter, and ask. And first of all, you introduce yourself when you enter the office. I am so and so, a student of this particular course. Such that you don't have to be responded to. Don't be too rude. I have come here, I need my admission letter. You as who? So you need to introduce yourself that you are given the right service. If you have any questions for Dr. Joyce, the Dean School of Education, please write them up. The mentor will come and collect them, and then she'll be able to respond to them. As we are waiting for our team from social sciences, our sisters and brothers who are in the tents, you're most welcome. This university is known as P.O. Box 1. It's the only university in the whole of East Africa with P.O. Box 1. And its address is not Kampala. It's P.O. Box 1, Kyambogo. So when someone says, where are you? Just take your pride. I'm at P.O. Box 1. Makerere is 7,762. For us, you're at P.O. Box 1. Of course, the people, social media will say, you're at the Banda University, Banda based. No, I am at P.O. Box. So it's on Kampala Road. You know, there are only 2 places which are P.O. Box 1. It's either Bank of Uganda, which is plot 1 on Kampala Road, or Kyambogo University. So take some pride. Find time to smile. I studied education as a pioneer student of Kyambogo. And my teachers used to tell me that the best way you can study as a student, try to buy a mirror and put it behind the door of your room. So that when you dress up, as you're getting out, look at the mirror. Am I really presentable? Or I've forgotten and I'm in clothes for the bathroom going to for lecture rooms. Can I be attracted? Can I be listened to if I went to an office this way? For the boys, some of us, we forget to comb. But if the mirror is there, you may remind yourself by looking at the mirror. If you find that you have difficulties of memory loss, just make sure that every Friday or Saturday, remove everything. But don't wait to be like us who have. Sometimes I forget, I pass by the kitchen and I come with posho in the head. So you try to remind yourself. Any question? Yes, mentor, there's a question over there. Please pass on the question. Any question that you may wish to ask about PO Box 1. We said Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences closed the business with you. You are the last lot of students to be admitted in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Apart from, I want to clarify this for people who have Bachelor of Development Studies, your admission letters are reading Faculty of Education. We have taken note of that, and within next week, in your lecture rooms, we shall print the new ones with the right faculty and bring them to you. And then you give us that old one. You need to know that an admission letter is printed once. Take good care of it. It's not something that you can move with on a daily basis. You only move with that admission letter on the day you are going to register. Just like your transcripts, your certificates, your pass slips. Two, there are people who came without pass slips for senior 4 and senior 6. If you lost your pass slip genuinely, go to police and report. Get a police letter, go to your school and get a recommendation letter, and move to UNEB. UNEB is on the next hill in Tinda. They will process for you a letter. That's the letter that we can use for registering. If you don't have original academic documents, you will not be registered. Someone is doing business studies with education. On my subject combination was given NA. This is a standalone subject, standalone course, so you'll always do subjects which the papers are always given to you. Change of subject, we said that will be handled by Academic Registrar's Department, History Department. I applied for History, Divinity, but was given Economics, which I never passed well. I don't want Economics, so I go to... Please come to my office after here. I will guide you. Music Department, I'll see where it is. I want to go through. The Dean of Social Sciences has come in. I would like to welcome him. Timetable. The timetable will be found at your particular department, but for Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, most of them you'll find them. Faculty of Arts and Humanities, you find them on the building, and Social Sciences, the office is, you'll find them on the particular departments, as the Dean will explain to you. Lessons or lectures. They are not lessons now, we are attending lectures. Lectures for evening will start, some will start as early as 2, but this will be agreed upon with you, but standard it is starting from 5 to 10 p.m. Yes, you never did music. We said music is something that you're going to start afresh for those particular people who had rare combinations. There are people who did physics, literature, and art. And you fail almost everything. So we get you one subject that you pass, and then we give you music. Something I'm going to start. Music is not for those chameleons and the rest. We are going to teach you performing arts. Something that will introduce you, something to keep you busy. Otherwise, you will not have gotten any course around. District quota, all admission letters are ready, apart from a few districts that submitted their letters late. But you, when you get your district quota, take your letter from the district to admissions office. They will tell you when to receive the admission letters within next week. SWD, no subjects, the dean will clarify which subjects are under SWD. PYPASA, the dean will explain what do they stand for. I applied for Kiswahili only, but they gave me Kiswahili history. In the years before, we used to have Kiswahili double main. Unfortunately, the ministry crossed that, so we have Kiswahili with another subject. Microfinance, you fall in the Department of Economics, and you are in social sciences. Evening lectures, we have agreed when they begin. NA, when you have NA on your admission letter, that means there are no subjects. Subjects are for teachers and arts in arts and social sciences. The rest, NA is not applicable. When they say that you arts in arts, you don't do the same subjects as, you don't do professionals, it means that when the other people are going for education, the professional papers, you move away. I'm going to pass through this quickly. These are done. I'm done with this. Yes, history, social sciences, SOSAHS, they will explain to you. Central registration, please read your admission letter. It has some regulations, 12 of them. Read them. What is required is what you will do. And the forms will be, you'll pick them from photocopiers at the appropriate time. Change of study time, you come and consult me. When you want to know what you are going to be or what jobs are within the course you are doing, please make sure that you attend the first week, attend next week within your different departments and faculties for those internal discussions, and then you'll be able to understand what is contained within your particular, what you will be after studying that particular course. At this point in time, I would like to request the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Dr. Mugisha James, to come and address these citizens of the Faculty of Social Sciences. Welcome, your Dean.
Good afternoon. I welcome all of you from poverty. From what? Can I hear from you? When I was a first year like you, Professor Mahmoud Bamdan reminded us that once you join university, then you've dumped all the poverty. And ever since I joined university, I dumped all the poverty. And I'm going to be your mentor, and I'm sure you will follow me. Welcome from what? Poverty once again. It will be very shaming of you to be a graduate of economics and you're a poor person. So what economics would you have studied? It will be very shaming of you to say you are a social worker trained to help the poor to develop themselves and you are poor yourself. It will be very shaming of you to say you are a psychologist trying to change people's mindset, attitudes towards poverty when you are worse than a church mouse. Isn't it? It will be very shaming of you to say that you are a student of political science. You are going to manage society. How are you going to manage society when you are poor? It is you who is supposed to distribute the resources. How will you be? So you see my puzzle and my dilemmas. Then some of you have come to do development studies. How are you going to develop others without developing yourself? Eh? So to me, this is mandatory. As long as you are part of us, you cross the university and enter into Kyambogo or anywhere else, you must shed off poverty. Isn't it? And then you also start to embrace new attitudes. New what? New attitudes. I know when you are in HSC, it's not very necessary or essential to have a mobile phone. Now, each one of you must have a mobile phone, not so? And not the Kabiriti type. Because when you go to Dunstan, it's going to say, check your portal. How are you going to check your portal with Kabiriti? It will take you 1 hour. And the man has 30,000 people to serve. He's going to chase you. For some of you, I'm going to teach. I'll be saying, can you download this? Page 8, page 9, page 10. If you have a very poor phone, what will happen? So I've been telling guys that as we are investing in these ropes that we put in the head for the girls, you rather invest that money better in a good phone because it will give you better outputs. So I think now you appreciate that poverty is no option once you join university. There's a lot that we are going to do, but I think that I congratulate you. Many Ugandans are very poor. We all come from a poverty context. But you chose to join university so that you are no longer poor. I'll speak more about the faculty that I represent, but I welcome all of you who are also not from the same faculty to Kyambogo University, a very fast-growing university, a very enjoyable place. My sister was a student here 30 years ago. I used to come and escort her when I was a little boy. And I used to enjoy the whole atmosphere around Kyambogo. And I kept an eye until Kyambogo took me on full time. I see a lot of changes. If you are patient, you are going to enjoy. If you are not patient, you might not enjoy. But those of you who have been around and you've seen the place There's always something that is happening every year. Kyambogo does not remain the same. So to my group of social science, my name is James Mugisha. Sometimes some people add on that title, doctor. But the actual names that I'll die with are James Mugisha, and I'm the dean of the faculty. I applied to do social work at Makere, but I didn't know what it was. So people kept on asking me, what are you going to study at Makere? I say social work. What do social workers do? I say, I don't know. And within the first 1 week, I'd crossed to the faculty of law. You remember those things of change of courses? I changed to the faculty of law. I went back to my dad and I said, they've advised me to stay home for 2 weeks as they are working on my change of course. The man said, I don't want to see you again. Never in life. He could not imagine that his son can qualify for a course at university, but then has come back to stay home for 2 weeks without studying. I went back to the faculty of law. Those guys were very kind. I said, let me go back to social work. So I'm sure that I still have here people who applied for that course that disturbs the president of Uganda called SWA. But they don't know what SWA is. You apply for development studies, but you don't know what development studies is. I was following successful people. My friends had done social work, they were town clerks, they were what? I like, hey, this course has money, has successful people. But I didn't know much about it. But in the first 1 week when I went, and the first lecture was, what is social work? A helping promotion. You are going to help the poor, help street children, wash babies, get them babies' homes. I said, wow, that's not me. I took off. Praise God. I took off. Me to wash babies, go to Sanyu babies' home, Salvation Army. I thought social workers are only DCs, RDCs, cow, town clerks. Because of that word, social administration. Or a director of an NGO at minimum. So I know many of you are saying social work and social science, that you belong to social science. So I want to reduce the abstraction for you. That in life, we have behaviors. We have what? Behaviors. But these behaviors must be understood and explained. Must be understood and what? And explained. One of the things that I've been asking my students every time, how come that Kyambogo students by second year, they have developed this thing? I don't know the name. Many of my students in second year, they are like that. Their figures are deformed. How do we explain that? There are many of the places, when I was still a clinician, I could ask myself, how come that many of the students I was managing with drug addiction were coming from Mukono University? And I got only 2 in 5 years from Kyambogo. How come that you guys, you don't fear police? Yet for us, 1 policeman could disperse the whole university. But for you, even if they bring 3 lorries, you'll still approach. You'll just say, where. What is this crazy for eating pork in Kampala? pork creates more jam than weddings. I know some of you, I'm already delaying you. Your pork is ready. You see a little boy, a little girl like this one, after 3 years, she's 100 kilograms. Cutters of pork. What is this crazy for alcohol? They're crazy for what? Some of you have not been drinking, but within a short time you are going to be drinking. There's a student I used to supervise a research report. 1 hour of engagement, he could leave me drunk. He has come for me to read his work. But by the time he goes, I'm already drunk. What is causing all that? Now you are mature people. We can talk about sex. What is the crazy for sex? The kawewewe, mpulira kawewo. What is the crazy for sex? What is it? These girls, the rainy season is coming. You are not going to stay in your beds. Jenny, mpulira kawewo. So what is that crazy? The boys cannot go to the saloon. The little money they should have used for Rolex, they don't it to girls. Auntie Kamaria now Kamani. She wants money. What is that? In Kampala now everyone wants Kabina, not so? Fako. So that is all the work you are going to do as social scientists, isn't it? There is a behavior, but that behavior must be what? Explained. And once you explain that behavior, then you should do something if you think it is not developing society, isn't it? If there's addiction, if there are those crazes that I'm talking about, if people are not washing hands, if people are not putting on masks, those are risky behaviors, isn't it? You must explain why they are not doing it, and then what can you about it? So we start as social scientists. That's why they call it a science. To imitate doctors. The doctors will see you with an infirmity. But for them, they correct it using drugs. For you, you are going to correct using society resources. Society what? Yeah, social relations. How can we use groups to ensure that this behavior is changed? How can we use individuals to ensure that this behavior is freed? How can we use friends? How can we use neighbors? How can we use clan leaders? So that will be your conversation. So have you understood a little bit what social science is? I've said at one arm, they are people. Those people live in a society within a culture. But they have certain behaviors, certain actions, and certain attitudes that they hold. But whatever happens around social life, that social life must be explained, including behavior. And we are so much preoccupied with behavior. And for us to change it, we still go back to society and use its resources. Whether it's politics, whether it's economics, whether it's psychology. And then we have to influence that behavior for production or for development of what? Of society. So that's the faculty where you belong. And we do it using different perspectives. And these perspectives are the ones that give us the courses. Some of you, you want to use economic models to understand and influence behavior. So you apply for a course called what? Economics. Do we have people from economics here? Yes, I've just been with your head of department. At the moment, your head of department is Dr. Kenneth Tindimwewa, and he sits just right there. It's a stone throw. But there are those ones who say, no. For us, we want to go for the human brain. Looking at how people think and how can we use their cognitive. Thinking is what they call cognition. How can we use their cognitive capacities to influence the kind of behaviors that they are involved in? And then you say you want to do psychology. Psychologists go for the human mind. Sometimes we call it technically the psyche. You go to the psyche, and then you want to use cognitive processes to influence the behavior. That is psychology. And that's the second department. The first one was economics. The second one is what? Psychology. And psychology is headed by a gentleman called Dr. Chibedi. Right there, as we are getting towards Zintinda. Doctor who? Do we have psychology here? PY. Can I see you? Psychologists should not be shy. Myself, I hold a doctorate in psychology. That's why I'm not shy. So how are you going to explain to people when you are shy? Some of them will come naked. Are you going to close your eyes? Should be bold. And to do psychology successfully, you must be clever. So from today, you two ladies must be clever. Now, then you go on another side. We have people who want to understand deeply culture and use culture as a resource to influence what? Behavior. Culture. When I go to northern Uganda, I don't miss eating a hoof. People like eating a hoof. I came back to my wife, I said, I eat hoof. She said, we should not be sharing the bed. But in northern Uganda, on that street, Peche, if you go at this time and say, can I have a piece of hoof? They say, try tomorrow. Try what? Tomorrow. Where dustern comes from. Any beautiful woman must be 120 kilograms. You've heard of the Chikazi concept. If you are very small like this one, they will not pay you in terms of cows, they will pay you in terms of goats. So your dad will be at a loss. Then I go to another culture where they wash bushmeat. That is a mule. So I was booking money for a workshop. I was booking food for a workshop. They said, do you want pasted bushmeat? I said yes. Tomorrow they bring me a bill. It was too high. I couldn't imagine I was in a mule. Why is the food too expensive? But we gave you pasted bush meat. Then I said, but can I know the animal I ate? When they told me the animal, I developed constipation. So, in life you ask yourself that there are so many cows, so many chickens, so many rabbits. But why do some people still prefer bush meat? When I'm teaching my students, I tell them culture is as big as the way you see fish in water. Minus water, fish cannot enjoy itself. So there are people who want to understand culture, then understand behavior. But how they can also use culture to develop society. And those are the people who are called sociology. Sociology and anthropology. They are sisters. Do you have anyone admitted in sociology here? Sociology, isn't it SO?
If your combination has SO, that is sociology.
So, oh, you are only one. Very sorry. You are like me. I have a PhD in sociology. So whenever I go to an audience and I say, I'm a sociologist, is there any other person? I'm always the only one. Sorry. But you'll catch up. So those are the people who do it. And the department right away is now right away there. If you are in the parking lot, if you look down there, there's a very huge tree. And then in the sides. So you'll see a signboard of Department of Sociology and Social Administration. That's where they sit. But now that department used to be called Sociology, but it's now Department of Sociology, Anthropology, Demography, and Population Studies. So it is becoming longer. The name is becoming longer. So in addition to that, there are people who want to understand population growth dynamics, population trends, and how they influence development. So those are the people who want to do demography. Do we have any? Demo? Yeah, you are welcome. There used to be a lot of money in it. I don't know now. Maybe you'll be the only unlucky person. But at least demographers make money. And we welcome you to that. Then we have social work. People who think that they can work with the people, individuals and groups to influence, to understand their behaviors, but also influence what? Behavior. Using the same methods. Individuals, groups, and communities. And they are more preoccupied with poverty, but how they can use individual, family, community approaches to fight poverty. And those are called social what? Social workers. Me, when I first got a job, I worked in a hospital, and the hospital director thought I would be the most social person in the hospital. But he didn't find me social. So he kept on saying, are you really a social worker? So sometimes it goes by that name. People think because you're a social worker, you will be the first person to dance when there's a party. But now we are getting professional and technical. So that's what they are. Now, we have political science. They study a lot about political science. And their interest is in how political processes also influence behavior. But how we can also use political processes for development. They are so preoccupied with public policy. Public what? Policy. So those ones, again, after where I've told you where there's sociology, if you go down 2 more buildings, that's where the department is. So there's a lot that is still taking place because we are new faculty. We are yet to find a home. Myself, I sit where I told you where sociology and social administration is. And but I don't know whether that is my permanent place. I'm informed I'll transit to a new place. So be ready for changes in location for your leaders and the physical offices. So anytime things will change. Now, I want to summarize, and I tell you the operation operandi, and I just came with this young girl. Can you come? University life is busy and a little difficult. Can you greet them?
Our protocol observed. Protocol observed. My name is Kusima Jolie, and I'm a student of social sciences. I major in social administration, what some of you found on your admissions as SA, and I minor in PY, and that is psychology. And I was invited, or I was given a privilege to at least say a word to you. And I would like to talk about effective leadership. And you know, when we are here at the university, one of the things which makes us to do our daily activities, attending lectures, activities at campus here, one of the things is leadership. So through this leadership, we do it through the coordinators, the guild, and maybe the last step through our lecturers. So I was tasked to answer some of the questions. Yes, I had forgotten. The coordinator for our class and a former guild representative counselor from our faculty. And I know some of you will be interested in contesting. And don't fear to contest, just be confident. Leadership is so good, it is so interesting. You get a lot from it. Actually, I didn't know that even me one day I'll be invited to at least to say what to freshers. Yes, so one question was, how do you connect with lecturers in case you miss a test, a coursework, or an exam? So how do you connect? Most of the times we miss tests, we miss courseworks, maybe because you are sick and you didn't have maybe a connection to a lecturer. One thing I would like to advise you, when you begin your lectures, maybe the first lecture, I want to advise you get one confident gentleman or confident woman, but I would love ladies to take part because it is so interesting. Leadership is so good, especially when you are lady. Take part in it. So you're going to elect coordinators, and it will be through those coordinators that you will be able to get in touch with the lecturer. So in case you have missed a test or you have missed a coursework, you will request. I would love you to be using that word of requesting, because coordinators, they don't pay them. Maybe at last they get just a certificate. So just request a coordinator, and that person will be your fellow classmate. Don't command, because when you command, you'll be creating conflict. So please just select coordinators, and then they'll be helping you out. Then conflicts.
Okay. I think you've seen social science is very vibrant. She's now very confident. She used to be a very shy girl. So lastly, I'm going to tell you one thing, that we lead the faculty through what they call cascading. Cascading. From a dean to a head of department to a unit. Units are the people who handle subjects. From a dean, for example, I've told you demography, anthropology, and demography. Each one of them has a unit. And then from there we come to the student leadership. You also have your own leadership structure. It is very, very difficult for the dean to communicate to each one of you. So I use those structures to communicate to you. And why I brought her, she has done a very wonderful job. A very wonderful job connecting building a bridge between students and the teaching community. Some of you, you have your own issues, you have your own disadvantages, and you alone, you cannot do it by yourself. So if you go through that structure, then you are able to be served. So from today, start thinking of social science as a faculty, but also look at those structures that take you, that are above you. By the time you get to me, then you've exhausted all the opportunities and all the chances of seeking redress for the problem. I've seen it a problem in Kyambogo. Everyone wants to report to State House. Everyone wants to go to the Vice Chancellor. And at the same time, the Vice Chancellor will just send you back from the lowest unit where you should have started. So you waste a lot of time. So we are going to work like that, working within units from bottom to up. Coursework, tests, exams, complaints, everything, welfare, barriers, trips, everything will be cascading. Will be what? Cascading. So some of you call it decentralization. So the powers go down and down and down and down. May I prefer to use more medical things because they make more sense to me. Now, lastly, I want also to inform you that at the moment, we don't have a very clear administrative structure because we are new faculty. You don't find an equivalent of this gentleman where I sit, an equivalent of a secretary where I sit. So we are still sharing. We are still what? Sharing. So I'm not blind. I'm not going to say that in terms of admission letter, in terms of a missing mark, you go to so and so. As I've said, we are a new faculty. We are still evolving. Those personalities are not yet defined. But at an appropriate time in the future, if I get a wonderful person like this one, I'll use the cascading process that I've told you about to make the information percolate up to you. So if you come to the faculty, we still use a gentleman called Jime Chibirige. Jime who? Chibirige. And then the secretary, Joan Chomujisha, as the people that give us the administrative what? Support. But if we get people that have substantive appointments for higher positions at the faculty, which I think will not take too long, I'll still communicate to you. I still remind you that I still welcome you from poverty. And thank you for choosing Kyambogo University. And thank you for becoming social scientists.
Round of applause for our Dean.
I'm overwhelmed. But there is also a group from development studies. And for them, they want to use social development models, not physical development models, chemistry, which is biological. They are not using biological or physical models, but they want to use social development models to understand behavior, but also to use the same models to change behavior. And those are called, they are called what? Development workers. So you are going to find a course called Development Studies. Do we have any? And many of you applied. Hey, thank you, sir. You are welcome. So those are the guys that are going to use social development models to change society.
Thank you, Dean. The development workers, this batch of development studies, we shall meet with
S6s and all level classes, director of studies. So there's what we call an organogram, the organizational structure, which I will very briefly describe. At the School of Management, at the top of the School of Management is the dean. The dean is more or less the headmaster of the school. So the dean is the overall administrator of the school. And I am the dean of the School of Management and Entrepreneurship, Kyambogo University. And my names are Dr. Peter Obanda Wanyama. Yes. Under the dean are departments. We have 4 departments. Alphabetically, we have the Department of Accounting, Finance, and Microfinance. For those who have been admitted for the Bachelor of Accounting and Finance, you belong to the Department of Accounting and Finance. Those who have been admitted for the Diploma in Accounting and Finance, you belong to the Department of Accounting and Finance. We have the Department of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship. The Department of Business Entrepreneurship, Business Administration and Entrepreneurship, those who have been admitted for the Bachelor of Business Studies with Education, you belong to that department. Those who have been admitted for the Bachelor of Business Administration, you belong to the Department of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship. Then we have the Department of Management and Administrative Sciences. Department of Management and Administrative Sciences. Those admitted for Bachelor of Management Science, you belong to the department. Those admitted for Bachelor of Administrative Science, you belong to the Department of Management and Administrative Sciences. Then we have the Department of Procurement and Supply Chain Management. So those who have been admitted for the Bachelor of Procurement and Logistics Management, that is your department. So from the word go, it is very important that you know who is your head of department. But even before we know the names, where is the School of Management and Entrepreneurship? Most of us will begin by spending most of the time at the bazaar, and you know all the stalls from the chicken ones to the one where there is meat, finally where there is beer, and you might not know where the School of Management is. So the School of Management, that is the top academic leadership, is located at the NPT building. Have you heard about NPT so far? NPT building. As you get out here, just directly under the bank, Stanbic Bank, there is a big building there. That is where the administrators of the school sit. And that school where we sit is dubbed NPT. Now, what does NPT mean in full? That building was as a result of donation from the Netherlands government. So it is named after the cooperation we had with the Netherlands government, which donated that building, and that was just the short abbreviation for NPT, meaning the Netherlands Project for Teaching. Netherlands Project for Teaching. That building was donated to enable the teaching and research in procurement. Why? Because the School of Management and Entrepreneurship was the first in Uganda and arguably East Africa to begin the program of Bachelor of Procurement and Logistics Management. And that's why they came in for that support. So all the heads of department are in the NPT building. What we also have, as part of your orientation, is that also next to Stanbic Bank, besides it, there's a signpost there, Department of Business Studies, where you got most of your admission letters, right? So whoever is here must have an admission letter. Now, where you got the admission letter is the administrative offices of the school. That is where we have staff from the academic registrar's office. And they are responsible for giving out admission letters. They are responsible for giving out examination cards. They are responsible for registering you. And also at that same administrative structure, we also have a desk officer from the bursar's office. That desk officer should help you in any of your financial issues that you may need to know. And if you're a government student, that's where you go in case you're going to be paid your allowances. That same building also has the School of Management ICT unit. So for anything you may need for your ICT requirements, you don't know how to enroll, you want a password, you can't create a portal, all your needs are sorted out at the ICT office. So all administrative issues are handled at that office. The NPT office houses the academic leadership, and some of your classes are there. So I mentioned you have 4 departments. Each and every department also has what we call an examinations coordinator. And these are very key. So each one of you in your respective departments must know the exam coordinator. The exam coordinator is the first contact person for all your academic requirements. Your classes are clashing. Your lecturer has not reported to lecture you. You are too squeezed in your classrooms. You want to change a bit of your study time. The first person you contact is the examination coordinator. So from the exam coordinator is when you now proceed administratively to the head of department. After the head of department, in case they have all not sorted you out or helped you out, that's when you can come to the dean. So don't begin with the dean's office, because I'll always refer you back to the exam coordinator or head of department. It is also very important that you take note The timetable, have you accessed your timetables? Because the timetables are out. You look very serious. The facial expression is that this man, what is he talking about? Yes, but the timetables should be out, I think, soon, if they are not. But on the timetable, we have lectures from various places. So it is important that you learn to interpret some of the places where you'll be having your lectures. For example, where we are seated now, if on the timetable you find CTF, CTF stands for the Central Teaching Facility. And this is the Central Teaching Facility. These are the conference rooms, but there are rooms there. CTF 101, CTF 105, this is the Central Teaching Facility. Should you find CLB, most of your other colleagues will also let you know, the Central Lecture Block, that is on the other side. And then you might find NPT 1, NPT 2, those are the rooms where we have, where we sit, the NPT building. And of course, part of it is take this opportunity to really learn. The School of Management boasts of arguably the second highest number of student population in this university. Actually, I think it's going to be the highest now that the Faculty of Arts has been split. But because we have the highest number of students, we also have the best students in terms of performance. And many of you are not here accidentally. It's because of your performance. And we have, over the years, begun reducing the numbers. We get over, our programs, we get over 1,000 applicants per program. For example, for accounting and finance, we got over 1,500 applicants. But we had to take only 600. And the same with procurement, the same with BBA. So you should consider yourselves very privileged, and we want to say that we now have the best cream of students in management studies in this country. And because of that, we have had a number of exemptions from professional bodies. For example, our students in accounting and finance will skip up to 8 to 10 papers when they want to do ACCA, because of the quality of the education we provide in our programs. And we have recently reviewed them and enriched them. So we can be very proud to say that you have chosen rightly, and by the time you leave rightly, with the right skills, knowledge, but most important, what we are trying to say is the attitude. This orientation from the word go is that we in the school have always urged you must be focused. Very focused. Our programs, much as they are very good, they are also not very easy. Because some of you might have come from the background of Marie Antoinette and you're going to find fundamentals of accounting. Yes, there are very highly quantitative papers there. And we are trying to make sure we try not to discourage you, but we want to make sure that you have the right attitude and orientations from the word go. But like we have said, we have the best lecturers. They have acquired experience over time in their various disciplines. So at any one time, don't hesitate to contact your lecturers should you feel that you are not really catching up as fast as possible. So when we begin your lectures on Monday, the first thing we should be able to do is in your respective classes. Because of the numbers and our need to respect SOPs, we have divided you into groups, apart from the Bachelor of Management Science and then Bachelor of Administrative Science. All the other programs have got either two groups, A and B. And there's nothing to do with academic performance. You have been randomly grouped. Group A and B, such that we can have enough spacing and then we can have the appropriate student-lecturer ratio. So you should know what group you are. Either you're in A or you're in group B. But most important is that as soon as you know your group, the first thing you should do as members of that class is to make sure you elect your coordinators. We don't call them prefects. It's a term you could be used to. But they are coordinators, student coordinators. Now the coordinators are the ones who link you up with students, lecturers, students, exam coordinators. And they are very instrumental in the university setting. In the School of Management, we have also taken recognition of gender. So, to mainstream gender, we ask that your coordinators, one should be male, the other one should be female. At least this is in the African perspective. We have male, female. I don't know about neutral and the other sexes that could be there. So let's have one male. If the other one is, there is the coordinator, then the assistant coordinator. There should be at least two. So if the coordinator is male, the assistant should be female, and vice versa. Such that we can have the gender balancing, which is mainstreamed in our administration. So the coordinators should as well expedite. So I don't want to discourage those ones who don't have smartphones. But I would like to encourage that you elect coordinators who have got smartphones and can therefore create a WhatsApp group. Because if one has got a capability, it might be difficult with the communication now. So I don't want to discourage, but you should look at some of those things. But with recent communication, I would really request that each and every group, please, you form a WhatsApp group. And this eases our communication. Because a lecturer, as soon as you give an assignment, it can be easily communicated. In case there's going to be a test, it can easily be communicated. In case you have any problem, you can also communicate amongst yourselves. So it's a very key thing that you must be able to sort out. This is the only week you have to relax, because from Monday we are going to begin. Because at least we know we have lecturers have been assigned, and I think I'll just confirm after this, we should have your timetables out such that you can begin exactly on Monday. But we also expect that you are not coming for a tea party. You are going to have exams. And out of those exams, we also have examinations, the final examinations, UNEB style. But the final examination just accounts for 60% of the overall marks. And then 40% of the overall marks will come from what we call courseworks. A coursework will be constituted of a test, at least one test, and one take-home exercise. And that will constitute 40%, then the final exam 60%, to make 100%. And the pass mark is 50%. It's important that you get to know these, because most people think that the final exam is all what it takes. But the courseworks can be as many as 5, 6 constant assessments to keep on seeing how you are progressing. And the constant assessments is to make sure that you attend lectures. At a university, there are no bells. Don't expect anybody to ring for you the bell to go and attend lectures, and a bell to go and do preps, and somebody to mark your books if you have not copied notes. University means that you are now becoming universal, that we are equipping you with the skills to manage yourself. So from the word go, besides knowing what you need to pass, where your lecture rooms are, you set yourself a reading culture. Lecturers will give you handouts on relevant material. But that is not all. The handouts on relevant reading material to guide their lecture process. That's why we said they are lecturers. We don't have teachers. They come to lecture to guide you to study on your own. The rest is you to do it yourself. The conceptualization of relevant principles and concepts that you are going to be introduced to you. So, where is the library? Do you know where the library is? Yes. There are 3 libraries which this university has. There is a central library, very well equipped, even with e-online resources. That orientation will be done by library persons. Barclays Library, the Central Library, and the library also at the west end of the university. It is important that you learn how to use the library resources. And that's what the orientation is not about. It's not about going for the first sausage and the first, much as we don't have to go to the library all the time, we are saying that also blend the dancing with knowing the places. And we're also re-emphasizing that as you get back here, we are on the assumption that you are now adults. None of you here could be below 18. So we ask you to behave responsibly. There's all the social media, they say the Kyambogo University students, how they dance vis-a-vis Makerere. So we're expecting you that now, as you walk in, that the way you walk, the way you dress, the way you smile, should reflect Kyambogo University. Because somebody looks at you and say you're on campus, they say, you must be from Kyambogo. Why? The way you have dressed is decent. Because we are used and known for decent dressing, decent behavior. There is the peer pressure. Dean of students must have talked about that. Behavioral, gambling, drugs. Some of you could be coming thinking you are going to get STDs. Do you know what that is? Sexually transmitted degrees. We don't have the window for that here. Come, study hard, focus, get good grades. The future will be bright for you with our programs out there. And it does not begin yesterday, it begins today. Attitude. The attitude. Don't wait that I will catch up, because I can see with the students we have admitted, very few are even here. But the attitude is the most important, and it begins today. We want to make sure that 5 years from now you have joined our master's programs and you're going to join our PhD programs. Because besides the undergraduate, we have graduate programs, we have master's programs, and we're going to begin the PhD programs. So you should be focusing on to that. I want to come and do the MBA. I want to come and do the master's science in supply chain management. I want to come and do the doctorate in business administration and management. Such that you have a clear path. And it begins with you now. I think I have done what I must do to give you an overview of the school. But what must you do as a student? And I think ICT has also done some orientation that before you become a student, you must enroll, register, pay your fees. Don't wait for the last minute. Don't postpone payment of those fees. It will be eaten. Very many have eaten fees. But as you do that, I would also like to let you know that in the school, our lectures begin from 7 a.m. and end at 10 p.m. every day for 7 days. I know with respect to some faiths, there's ones who used to have problems with SDAs. They said they don't do work on Saturdays. We said try another university. We are very clear, 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So it is important to know the times of your lectures. For those admitted on day, you'll find PD at the end of your registration numbers. Private day. And your lectures can begin either from 7 to 4 p.m. and could be on different days. For those in the evening, your lectures will begin from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., including Saturday and Sunday. So you should know the times of your lectures. And that is very, very important. However, there are those who have been admitted. Have been admitted for BBA, and I want to change to BMS. Or BMS, I want to change to BAF, Accounting and Finance. Don't begin going to attend Bachelor of Accounting and Finance classes until you have been cleared by the academic registrar. Are they still doing that? AR's office is not here. They had stopped change of programs. Yes. But you apply to the academic registrar for the change of program. Once you get the permission, that's when you can begin attending lectures. So I request that those ones expedite the process so that you do not get disadvantaged. Study time. You are PE, but you want to study PD because of your friends. You are going to have a problem. If you are an evening student, you are admitted on an evening program. So you are studying from 4 to 10. If you are in a day program, you are a day student, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your study time is during the day, the study time is in the evening. There are those who might want to keep crossing because of groups, dynamics, peer pressure, my best friend. Please, until you have been cleared by the academic registrar's office, make sure that those are done. There is a question, somebody who has been saying he has been admitted for BBS with education. BBS with education, what we have done is to make sure that It has not come out very clearly in the current program, but we have reviewed it. But the emphasis on Bachelor of Business Studies of Education is that we are emphasizing now entrepreneurship and ICT. Entrepreneurship and ICT, to harmonize it with secondary teaching. But the reviewed program, it will come out very clearly. But at least now we have linked up with the Ministry of Education, and we said our business studies students are going to do entrepreneurship and ICT. And for any entrepreneurship training in the whole of the university, it is based in the School of Management. And those who want to come next year will have maybe entrepreneurship geography. Entrepreneurship, we are going to come up with new programs. But BBS education, that's what you're doing to do. Bachelor of Microfinance. The Bachelor of Microfinance, following the restructuring of the university, because the Bachelor of Microfinance was in the Faculty of Social Sciences. But the university has restructured, is now under the Department of Accounting, Finance, and Microfinance. But most of you have been admitted, those ones of microfinance, have been admitted under the Faculty of Social Sciences. Right? And you are going to remain under the Faculty of Social Sciences until you finish. Beginning next year, or the next intake, all the students of Bachelor of Microfinance will be admitted under the School of Management. So for now, you'll be under the Faculty of Social Sciences. So that's where you're going to be for now. Any other questions? How can I know that I'm in group A or B in a given course? Those lists are going to be displayed. And that's why we're saying that you should find out NPT. Then find out where your departments are. Find out the exam coordinators of the respective departments. But I can give you the names. Head of Department for Accounting, Finance, and Microfinance is Dr. Mary Morris Mukokoma. Dr. Mary Morris Mukokoma in NPT. The exam coordinator is Mr. Arinda. Mr. Arinda, if you go to the NPT building, those things are displayed. The telephone numbers and names of all lecturers are on the board. So you call Mr. Arinda, tell him I'm doing accounting and finance. I want to find out if I'm in group A or B. Or when is the list of A and B coming out? Or where is this room? And contact the head of department, Dr. Mary Morris Mukokoma. The telephone numbers are all there. Even my telephone number is there, but don't call me before you have called the exam coordinator. Business administration and entrepreneurship. The head of department is Dr. Regis Zombeire. Dr. Regis Zombeire. And the exam coordinator is Mr. Lameka Seguja. Mr. Lameka Seguja. The Department of Management and Administrative Sciences. The head of department is Dr. Dan Ayevale. Dr. Dan Ayevale. And the exam coordinator is Mr. Kasada Muhammad. Mr. Kasada Muhammad, get the names and they can help you out. Department of Procurement and Supply Chain Management, the head of department is Dr. Francis Sennoga. Dr. Francis Sennoga, and the exam coordinator is Mr. Sigombe Richard. Mr. Sigombe Richard. Please get your telephone numbers from. And if get back to NPT, there's a reception. The reception, we have a custodian who is always there, they can help. And also have students on student scheme, they can also help. But otherwise, it is important that you get most of that information, which is there. What is CPA in accounting and finance? First step in class and get fundamentals of accounting. You want to begin running before you can even learn how to sit. Get slow. Take it a bit slow, right? I know the people have been sitting for 2 years, so the brains are also a bit problematic. Yes, you cannot shift from evening to, I said you cannot shift programs until you have been rightly been given. And we are trying to discourage as much as possible. You sit in your exams or courseworks in group A, especially courseworks. They will not be held valid. Evening, your evening, day, your day, until cleared by the academic registrar. Don't begin causing problems for yourselves. I think those are the basic questions I think I've done. Is there any other? Where the students of BBK pick our timetables? I've given, BBK is business, Bachelor of Business Administration. And I've given the names of the head of department and the exam coordinators. So, and it will be very easy. If I told you, just get back to your classes and soft copies. Or if any one of you know, now it is difficult because you don't know your groups. That's why it's groups to have people with smartphones. And the exam coordinators will give you soft copies of timetables, course units, coordinators, and it will be very easy. And even the coordinators, as soon as you get your timetables, lecturers' names are indicated. So for any student or the coordinator, you just find who is going to teach us principles of management. You might find Obanda. If there's Obanda, go to the display cabinet there, pick up the name, give the fellow a call. We're expecting you from 10 to this. If it is Ainomogisha, give a call. Because the timetable indicates the relevant lecturers who are there. So, besides that, I think I'm just answering most of the questions, and I think, unless, can you please talk more about management science, because I'm green. And I wish I knew the person who wrote this, because the green is G-I-R-N. But already at the entry, this is what I'm getting now. I say we don't mark the spellings, you mark the intent. But this one, let's blame it for COVID, right? Because I'm beginning to get scared of the quality of the students now who are coming in. I said, a management science is a course, very rich course. And because very few Ugandans know about it. But a management scientist is a jack of all trades in management. And you can become anything for so long as you have done management science. Because we have given you a bit of everything. We have put accounting, we have put business, we have put human resource, we have put procurement, such that you are very flexible. It is one of the best designed courses we have in this university, but least understood. And because of that course in its design, the Institute of Internal Auditors have always given the best students awards. They are recognized by Institute of Internal Auditors. It is a very, very rich course. Because for accounting, you're going to specialize in accounting and finance, procurement and logistics. BBA, you are going to specialize in some fields. You either specialize in accounting, you either specialize in procurement, management, human resource, or marketing. BBA, you specialize. In management science, you are all-rounder. But they say, but how can you be everything? but a master of none. Now, those are people, those are haters. But we tried as much as possible to make sure it's a very nice course. And it's very good. If you look at what we teach in it. And very many of our students have been quite successful in their careers from the background of management science. Can't we have a tour of NPT rooms? Please do so. As you move, as you walk out here, find out where NPT is, where CTF, CLB, find out where you'll find 2103. There are so many rooms, but you'll get most of them. So that's what orientation is all about. To find out where those offices are, where the lecture rooms are. CTF will be here. Central Lecture Block is the one there where they are even adding on more floors. Yes, find out where RAC. You'll find RAC. RAC in full is Republic Academic Complex. They are the rooms that you see directly facing the roundabout. So find out the room numbers of most of them. Can you clarify on the issue of fees structure? Fees structure, just go down onto the Kyambogo University website. Even the bursar was here, but I'm sure they were not there. But I've also, before I came, I went on the website and I went to admissions. You'll just see fees. Even on your phone as you are here right now, just get back fees. The structures are all there. Yes. So, and if bursar was here, I'm sure they were not there. They were waiting for me. Because now, Dean of Students, you can now say, I'm supposed to be everything. Bursar, Dean. So we're supposed to answer all that. But that's just get back admissions and scroll. That will be done. What's the difference between BBA and BBK? BBK is just the code we use. Bachelor in Business Administration. That is how it is coded. There's no difference. BKE, you mean, that is, you are simply a Bachelor of Business Administration evening. BBKE, that's what it is. BMS has how many course units? You'll see, if you get back, I don't think we have put program structures. Yes. Okay. ICT, we shall liaise with ICT, but I think our program structures, we shall see how we can get them back there. But we are going to be able to share. If you can get back onto, when you get back onto your classes. But one thing I know is that for a program, we have between 20 and 21 credit units. Let's not go back into that. But we're saying that a semester, on average, all our programs, apart from BBS education, but a semester like BAF, BMS, procurement, you do 6 courses every semester. Yes? Okay, to be simpler, you do 6 subjects. At university, we call them courses. Yes? So, several subjects constitutes a program. So when somebody says, what program are you doing? So I'm doing Bachelor of Accounting and Finance program. A program is composed of several subjects, several courses. And you have several courses per semester. Each and every semester in the school, you have at least 6 courses. And each course carries 3 credit units, meaning you have 3 hours per week. So you'd have between 18 to 21 if you are doing BBA with education, BBS with education, because BBS has got some education component. So you usually get 2 extra subjects or courses to make it 21, 22. But most of us is 18, 18. Right? Yeah, please tour, and I'm sure most of these advise us on books we should carry. Should we use notebooks? It's not easy. You might even say that even what type of pens, what about the plates? Do we also use big spoons or small spoons? Yes. Please feel free. You know, I know we're a few months from where we have come from, though they delayed us for those years. And it's a 12 counter books should be paid by the bursar, and it must be the ones for the school. And the notes written from the ones not for the school will be cancelled. This is a university. This is a university. Feel free to use whatever material you want, for so long as it is pen, paper, and you can be able to make your notes. Though some of us, very many years ago, we used to have clipboards with ruled paper, because we were only in one university, which was Makerere at that time, and those were being given to us freely. But please, but more often than not, I can not tell you that in the School of Management, most of our lecturers have also prepared handouts, reading material. And after reading material, we have reference lists or reading lists, the books and journals that will be needed per each and every course, each and every subject. There are books that you must be able to read to help you understand more. Right? So, whereas lecturer gives you some material which they could have prepared, which you should be able to photocopy at your, definitely at your cost, you can always get back now, library and most of the other books and such. So we have enough reading material that is available for you per each and every course. Is there any other question that somebody maybe feels I've not answered? That is quite urgent or burning issue? Do you think that I have competently addressed most of your fears, anxieties, expectations? Because I can see first-class materials already seated here. The faces I can see are confident. The course Administrative and Secretarial Sciences, then Administrative Science, the same course. We have, the course is Bachelor of Administrative Science. It was previously Bachelor. Every 5 years we review our programs. The first time, before, from 2011 to 2015, it was Bachelor of Administrative and Secretarial Science. But the circumstances then led the school to change it to Bachelor of Administrative Science. Secretarial was dropped. But beginning next academic year, it is going to go back to Bachelor of Administrative and Secretarial Science due to public demand. The Secretarial Science must be prominent. So, as of now, it is BAS, Bachelor of Administrative Science. That's what the course is. Okay. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you. NPT and relevant lectures. And most welcome to the school. Happy to receive you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Obanda Peter for that wonderful presentation for students under School of Management and Entrepreneurship. There are some questions that I want to direct to ICT. And Mr. Nasser, there are some 2 questions here. You can come and expound. I'm a government student. When I try to open up my portal, even after entering the correct password and student's number, it does not give results. What do I do? That's the question. Johnson, you coming? Portal issues.
Hello.
Is the portal for change of time of study still open? because I was given evening, but I prefer day. Still ICT portal things. Over to you, Seb. I have tried to sign in my portal using my student's number for both password, username, but I'm reading the way it is here. It didn't work out. Why? That's still ICT. So I think, yeah, it's just, I give you some 2 minutes. You help someone here. Okay. Over to you. 2 minutes.
Change of program of study time is under academic registrar. So if you get some time, you pass by admissions office and they tell you how to proceed on that. Government student, when I try to open my portal, after entering the correct password, student number does not give results. What do? You go to ICT office for assistance, and the dean, School of Management, has just informed you that they have another ICT unit under School of Management where you can get further assistance.
Thank you so much. What I've learned from that, if you have issues concerning the bursar was here and he informed you yesterday that the office is widely open for you. You go to the administration block, main building, just like you've entered. On your right, you ask for bursar's office. They will handle any issues concerning fee structure, payments, things are not clear in terms of, IMF, money, bursar. Issues concerning the portal, ICT office, just in front of the main building. You go there, they assist you. Issues concerning change of program, change of study time, change of academic registrar's office, admissions, just behind the main building. That block is called block 2, room number 3. Then they will sort you out. So thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Our time is done. As we are leaving, we are going to use this route and the back end. So it's time for Faculty of Education. If you're out there and you are out of education, please use the front door as you're coming in. Faculty of Education, it's our time. You come through the front door. As you're moving out, use this side and the behind door so you don't crash. Tomorrow, don't forget to come back at 2. That's when your orientation is ending. So many students, School of Management students, tomorrow at 2, you're coming back for the guild leadership, places of worship, and we shall have a climax of our orientation week. So it's time for Faculty of Education students, come through, use this front door on my right, and make sure you settle very fast. SOP is maintained. Keep your mask on. When you settle, say hi to your neighbor. We are not in an exam, not to talk to your neighbor. Welcome to Kyambogo University once again, those of Faculty of Education. Those who are still outside in the tents, please come in. Space is still available. Faculty of Education, School of Education. Faculty, school, the same. Our dean is already here, ready to speak to us. Faculty of Education, for those who are still in the tent, let's utilize the inside part. Let's enter. I'm delighted to welcome you once again, students admitted under Faculty of Education, and welcome to this mighty institution. This is Kyambogo University. My name is Kakinda Adrian Ivan. I teach in the Department of Psychology, formerly Faculty of Education, now in the new Faculty of Social Sciences. Are there some people who are outside in the tents for Faculty of Education? Are we sure we are members of the Faculty of Education? Or we are not certain? Are we all members of Faculty of Education? Perfect. All right. As other people are coming through, I would love to take this opportunity. Our Dean, Associate Professor Joyce Aikolu, is around, is going to address us. And after her presentation, you will note down your question on a sheet of paper on anything you feel like you need clarity. Something that's not clear. After her presentation, she will have to expound more on your concerns. Dean, you're welcome.
Good afternoon to you all. Yes, I want to add my voice to welcome you all to Kyambogo University. And on behalf of the School of Education, I want to welcome you warmly to the School of Education. I know some of you may get a little confused because when the advert went out last year, I think it was under Faculty of Education. But along the way, Kyambogo has been restructuring, and names of faculties have changed, and Faculty of Education formally is now School of Education. So I welcome you all, and thank you for choosing programs under School of Education. And I will shortly take a roll call as a teacher, because I want to know who is here and what program you are on. Yeah, but congratulations for passing and being admitted, because we all know that the last 2 years have not been easy years world over, and your studies as well as others were heavily affected by COVID-19, and that you were able to sail through despite the pandemic is something that we need to congratulate you for. Can you congratulate yourself by clapping? Thank you very much. Now, first semester, first year is usually a period of orientation. I know under the Dean of Students office, this orientation has been organized for you, but we believe as teachers that we need to have continuous orientation, because the first year is usually a difficult year for students. Now, I want somebody just to define for me what orientation means. If you don't mind, what is orientation? If you can take a mic to them. Don't ask Mr. Google. I know you've come with your smartphones. Because this is I think we are coming towards the end of the week of orientation. So I also want to get educated what you've been going through. Who is ready to give a go? Yes.
Pambale Boniface Hope is my name, doing Bachelor of Arts with Education, English Literature. For me, according to me, and according to my understanding, orientation simply means it's like introduction. Introducing something new to someone who is new. That's my opinion.
Who else? A lady now, gender sensitive. Any lady who would like to contribute? I'll have those two. Yes.
I'm Flavia Chebet. To me, I think orientation means briefing, and in this part, briefing our students of what will expire in the course of our study.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Briefing in the course of your study here, we are trying to brief you of probably what you expect and what you are supposed to know and how you are supposed to organize yourself during the course of your studies here. And those of you with a smartphone, later on, if you try to Google what orientation means, you will have words that describe orientation. And we call those words synonyms. I'm not in class, but I know you know. We call those words synonyms. And it is important because I will tell you why. When you look at orientation, there are several other words that pop up. One is location. Orientation is something that gives you a location, an activity that gives you alignment to what you're supposed to do, like you have mentioned, an activity that gives you direction, and true to what the lady mentioned there, this activity gives you direction, because when you are new in a place, you need to be directed many times. And we have seen this. Many students who are supposed to be offering education have been coming to the Faculty of Education for their admission forms. How many of you came to education? Those of you offering education, how many of you came to education for your admission forms? By show of hands. I can see some of you are not, yes. You came to education. And this is the kind of thing we are talking about, giving you direction of where you are supposed to be, where you're supposed to get the services that you require when you are here with us at Kyambogo University. Other words that describe orientation is the angle, taking an angle where you want to be, and also getting your bearing in a place. So you can see all these descriptions are very relevant to the activity that we are carrying out currently, that you have been engaged in for the whole week. So it is a continuous process, because your lectures are going to start next week, but you will discover that maybe you don't even know where your classes are. We've had students, even after such orientation, when they are supposed to be going to class, they go to the Vice Chancellor's office. They are looking for classes. That is why I'm saying orientation is a continuous process, because all those descriptive words are relevant, and they will continue probably until you leave this university. You will realize this university is very big, and some of the programs will be taught at different locations in the university. And many times our experience is that for the first 1 week when lectures start, many students will not be attending lectures. Some of them will have lectures attend half, because half the time they are looking for where the lecture rooms are. So this is something that we have experienced time and again, and I want to encourage you that as early as during this orientation time, you should familiarize yourself with your faculty or your school and the classes probably that you are going to use for your lectures. Otherwise, next week we are going to see a lot of stampede of first-year students really trying to find their location. And this is because we have 2 overlapping first years as a result of COVID-19. We still have the first years of 2020, 21, and now we have the first years of 2021, 22. So this is an overlap, and we are going to experience some kind of hitches. But I hope we shall sort it out. So currently in the School of Education, we have 6 departments. And these departments have programs of study to which some of you have been admitted. I will skip the postgraduate programs because actually for the School of Education, most of our programs are postgraduate programs because the bachelor's programs are located in other faculties and schools, as I will tell you. So we have one department called Department of Teacher Education and Extension, and the bachelor's program there is Bachelor of Teacher Education, which is a full-time bachelor's, and it is offered during that day. This is an in-service program, meaning that it is for those teachers and tutors who already have diploma and they are coming to upgrade. How many of you belong to that program? Yes, I see only 1, 2, yes. Many of the students under the in-service programs usually report late because their admissions are late. And that is the reason why usually during this kind of orientation, we as a school feel that this is not enough because most of our students report relatively late because they come through certificate and diploma entry scheme. And so we have to keep meeting them once we know that they have stabilized. So we shall do that when the students report. Of course, the department has other postgraduate programs which do not concern you because those students have not reported. Then we have the Department of Educational Planning and Management. This department does not have undergraduate programs. Currently, they have postgraduate programs. But even when I say they don't have undergraduate programs, I mean that they do not have a whole program that falls under this department. Because you will realize from your admission letters that if you are offering, you are admitted for Bachelor of Arts with Education, you fall under Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. You did say that you were admitted for Bachelor of Arts with Education. If you look at your admission letter, you will find that you fall under Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. But that said, because you are going to offer education, then the School of Education offers what we call service courses under those faculties where the programs lie. So for Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, we offer the professional subjects. If ever you see on your timetable code EPS, code EPS for either Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Vocational Studies with Education, those are the courses you're going to offer under School of Education. And your product, your output, and your final identity is going to be education. even as you study under these, you are located under these other faculties and schools, finally you are going to be a teacher, or at least in terms of the qualification, you're going to get a teaching qualification. So that one should be very clear, that as a school we offer you services under those faculties or schools, and those services are very clearly related to education, which courses you are going to undertake, facilitated by the School of Education. Then we have the Department of Foundations and Educational Psychology, which is the coordinating department for all the EPS courses. So if you do any course in education, you are an undergraduate, the first department that you go to is the Department of Educational Foundations and Educational Psychology. That's the department that coordinates all the professional courses, and it is a key department for you to note, particularly for those that are for direct entry scheme. And the head of department there is called Dr. Disan Kutesa. We used to have a department called Psychology, where Adrian belongs. It has been under School of Education, but it has now shifted to Faculty of Social Sciences. But there are students who are still admitted under Faculty of Education by your admission. And this is the last group of students who are admitted under Faculty of Education as it was advertised at that time. And these students belong to a program called Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling. Which students are here that belong to that program? Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling? Okay, I can see you. So you are the last group to be admitted under Faculty of Education by your admission letters. The rest, beginning next year, admissions will be under Faculty of Social Sciences because of the restructuring that I earlier told you about. So these students will be directly under the School of Education. We have another department called Department of Early Childhood and Pre-Primary Education. And this department also has postgraduate programs. They have just developed their undergraduate program, and it is in the process for accreditation. And I want to believe that there are no students here who are admitted as undergraduates in this department. Formerly, we used to have certificate of teachers, early childhood development teachers certificate. We used to have it under here. And then we also used to have diploma in education, early childhood development under this department. But these programs were phased out in favor of the bachelor's programs. You are aware that for those of you who are training to be teachers, and also for you citizens, you are aware that there are many reforms now happening in education, and the basic requirement for a teacher to teach at any level, including at nursery, is a bachelor's. So that is why I think as a university we want to move to the bachelor's, which is the benchmark for teachers at all levels, and we leave those other certificates and diplomas for affiliated institutions so that they try to offer, you know, a career path for those who want to grow. And once you have your diploma, then you can come for the bachelor's as well. We have a Department of Curriculum, Pedagogy, and Educational Media. This department is a service department. What I mean by service department is that they teach curriculum studies to undergraduate students who are training to be teachers. And that's why they are referred to as a service department. just like educational planning and management, which is a service department. We also have foundations and educational psychology, which is a service department because of the educational courses that we offer. Then our last department in the School of Education is Technical Teacher and Instructor Education. Here we have one program, Diploma in Instructor Technical Teacher Education. Do we have any candidate here for that program? It's also an in-service program. This one they take those who already have certificate in Instructor Technical Teacher Education. So for now, those are the programs that we have under School of Education. And those of you who are here who belong to Bachelor of Arts with Education, Bachelor of Science with Education, Bachelor of Vocational Studies with Education, Bachelor of Business Studies with Education, yes, you in a way belong to School of Education as far as the professional subject areas are concerned. And then the school also coordinates all your school practice activities. When you need placement, you get to year 2, you need placement for your schools, you will come to School of Education, you will be coordinated by the School of Education, all supervisors will be allocated by the School of Education because this is a professional activity that is going to identify you with a profession that you want to train for. And you are also aware that these reforms that I talked about in education generally, spearheaded by the Ministry of Education and Sports, is bringing quite a number of changes in the teaching profession. You are aware by now that the National Teacher Policy stipulates that for all teacher training programs, there will be a 4th year that is going to be an internship year, a whole internship year. We have not yet got communication from the ministry as to when this will start. Just pray that it will not start with your lot, because that will mean that you're going to have 4 years instead of 3 years. The 4th one being in schools. You would have graduated from your universities, and then you will spend 1 year before you are registered as a teacher. There are processes that are putting in place the institution that is supposed to have the standards for teachers, that is the National Teacher Council, is the one going to be in charge of that professional 1 year when you are in the field, and it's the one that is going to give you the certificate for teaching after successfully completing that 1 year. So it's going to be like the lawyers, for example, after finishing the university, you cannot go to practice until you go to LDC for the professional aspect. So it's going to be the same. Once that institution is in place, then after training as teachers, you cannot get the certificate to teach until that body certifies that you have met the requirements to go for teaching. And unlike before, teaching is not going to be just a one-time registration. The registration they will give you will expire after like 2 years. And to continue to teach, you must prove that you have developed, you have undergone some training, and you have undergone some credits that now you will present to this again accreditation body called the National Teacher Council to again re-accredit you. So it's not going to be that once they give you a registration, you are going to stay teaching. No. So once they professionalize those institutions, it's going to bring a lot of changes in the teaching profession. So just if you're lucky, you will escape with the 3 years. but probably those coming after you may not escape, because some of these institutions will already be hopefully in place. I'm saying hopefully because we know what happens here in Uganda. Sometimes things start and things drop. But I'm just praying that it doesn't drop, because we as teachers need that professional body, and we need to professionalize the teaching profession. Yes. So the school is headed by a dean, as many of you must have been already told. And at this point, I want to introduce myself, that I'm called Joyce Aikoru Asimwe. Those are my names, and I'm the dean of the School of Education. So I will be responsible at that level for the general supervision and administrative affairs of the school. But you have immediate persons in the name of the heads of departments for these departments that I have already talked about, who are supposed to facilitate you as students to achieve the goals for which you have come here at the university, so that you are able to acquire your qualifications. However, we also want to note that it is your responsibility to ensure that you quickly adjust to the new life, because the university presents a new life for most of you, and that you get your direction. As we said, orientation is also about getting direction, getting your angle within the university, getting your campus right, so that you are able to settle down and do what has brought you here. No one will be there to police you, and this one you have heard many times, and we always repeat it, because you are still children. However much you don't want to be called children, we have them in our homes. When they get to a certain age, they don't want to be called children. But for a parent, you will always remain a child. Even after you come home with your babies, they will still call you a child. So for us, we look at you as the children that we are supposed to mentor. And just because you have reached a level where you are supposed to manage yourself as an adult, that's why we are saying there will be nobody to police you. But the guidelines and regulations are there for you, and it will apply in all circumstances during your stay at the university. So we want to say that ignorance of the guidelines is no defense. And one of the most hurting things for me as a dean who sits in these Senate committees, we have a committee called Examinations Committee. And that committee deals with examination malpractice. Now, one of the most hurting things for me is to see a student of education, call it arts with education, science with education, vocational studies with education, appearing in front of that committee for examination malpractice. That is the most unfortunate thing that can happen, because as teachers, our impact is great, and we are supposed to guide the young ones in our charge. We are supposed to show them direction. We are supposed to mentor them. We are supposed to role model good practice. But now, if a student appears for malpractices, in fact, in one of the institutions that I was in before, any student who has done any malpractice, examination malpractice, is dismissed with immediate effect. But here, hopefully, we shall also arrive at that, because a student of education cheating in exams, that one, for me, doesn't really hold. You have lost your face, and you are not worth that profession. So what example are you going to show to the others? You are going to be in there, you will be the one cheating exams for your friends. We've had all these teachers who are cheating exams out there. So if you begin here, It's just an indication that you are going to do the same when you go out there to teach. And what brings that about? Because of lack of adjusting to the university life. So if you spend your life, your entire semester, they call it here okuchakala. Because you have the freedom, and I said no one is policing you. So if you spend all the time there, and remember this is a very short semester, it is only 10 weeks, 11 weeks with the orientation. So it means as soon as Monday, you must get down to serious academic work. Because these weeks will run very fast. By the time exams come, you will feel that you are not ready for exams if you don't get your bearing right. That's why I brought for you all those words that mean orientation, so that you position yourself in such a way that you are able to catch up with the academic life of the university and be prepared for the activities that go with that academic life. So read and understand the university regulations very well and apply them for your other processes as a student in this university. We are aware that as students you have rights, but you also have obligations. So we are very interested as a faculty in the obligations and responsibilities that you have as a student. I'm sure you have already undergone orientation with the Academic Registrar's office. They've told you what the schools offer in terms of enrollment of students, which is entirely your responsibility. You know the courses that you are going to undertake in the semester, and you're supposed to enroll for those courses, because those will appear in your examination permit. If you don't enroll for those courses, they will not appear, and unfortunately, you may not be allowed to sit for that exam. So ICT may have oriented you in that direction. Take it very, very seriously. Registration is also very serious, because we understand that as government students, many of us are not able to register. And not because the system cannot register, but just because we don't take charge of ourselves and we don't care whether we are registered or not. And yet, to be a student of a university, a recognized bona fide student, you must be a registered student. As of now, I think you are not yet registered, so you are temporary students of Kyambogo University until you register as a student, and then you get all the benefits that accrue to a student of Kyambogo University. I want to urge you to set your own agenda as a student and work towards achieving it. These young lecturers here will tell you that when you are here pursuing a degree, you have different classifications of degrees. You have come from an environment where we are talking about distinctions, we are talking about credits, we are talking about pass. Here, we are talking about first-class degree, we are talking about second-class upper, we are talking about second-class lower, we are talking about a pass degree. So which of those have you identified as your target qualification that you want to go with? If you set your target very low, if you just want a pass degree, all you will do is to get 50%, 50, 50, 50 in all courses, because the pass mark is 50 for undergraduate students. So if your target is to get a 50, then know that you're going to get a pass degree. And what does that pass degree mean? Unlike in, I don't know what it means in the lower levels of education, but here, it means that you simply passed through Kyambogo University. Probably that is what it means. You were here, you passed through, and you went with a pass degree. But that pass degree inhibits you from doing very many other things. Most universities do not admit students with past degrees for master's degrees. So you'll get yourself disadvantaged when you want to go higher, except if, again, you go for a postgraduate diploma in addition to that past degree, then you will be admitted for a master's. So save yourself the trouble of going through all that by setting your target high. And if you miss that high target, if your target is a first class, you miss it, then definitely you will drop to second class upper, which is still very good. Adrian, if you mind, I use you as our example. Adrian was in the Faculty of Education pursuing Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling, and he got a first class degree. And that is why he's seated here today in front of you, because that first class degree is a powerful degree, and it's the degree that all universities look for. It is the starting degree for grooming you to be an academic in a university setting. So he's here seated not just as somebody who is moderating around, but he's a role model here that you can do what he did. And also next, in about 3 or so years, you'll also be seated here again mentoring the young ones. So set your bar high so that you are able to hit that academic target that all of us are looking forward to. So our task as a school and lecturers in the school is to make it possible for you to achieve your academic target. And it is up to you to ensure that you get all the support that is available in the school so that you are able to achieve this. Be familiar with the resources available at the university. And when we talk about resources, we are talking about the physical resources that can be termed as the physical space available in the university. Know where you're supposed to be at what time, and if you are not sure, check your timetables the previous day so that you get the information well ahead of time, and the next day you simply go to where you are directed rather than beginning to look for the place when the lecture has started. That one wastes a lot of time. Take charge of yourself, find out where you are supposed to be the previous day, so that the following day, you simply walk into your lecture rooms. And you be there early, don't be there at the dot of the hour. You have library resources, and for the students of education, I think you are set to have a library orientation. Very, very important on 23rd February. 23rd, I think, is next week or the week after that. Please take note, this orientation is a hands-on orientation in the library for the students under the School of Education, so that you know the library resources that are available for you. As you know, the library is the heart of an academic institution, because that is where the critical resources that support your academic work are located. So know where they are, know where the libraries are, and how to access those resources, even when you are not within the library space. ICT equipment, you are now aware that with the advent of COVID-19, we are having blended lectures, and very soon, after 6 weeks, you're going online for 4 weeks, and the best for you is to have your smartphone with you so that you utilize the hotspots available in the university to access your lectures if those lectures are offered online. And we are trying as much as possible to encourage our lecturers to go online in the weeks where you're supposed to have online lectures, so that you are able to study at your own pace. But also as a university, we are able to migrate for purposes of being resilient to situations where we are not able to meet face to face. So we need to grow our skills for online teaching and learning, because that is where the world is going. There is no turning back now. That's where we are going. So the abbreviation now is BYOD, bring your own device. However, in the faculty, we have a small lab that also can be used by those students who are in critical need if you don't have a smartphone. But the challenge is that we use these labs also for lectures. So at the time you may want to use the lab, there may be a lecture going on. So for really your convenience, you just need a smartphone so that you are able to attend your lectures online. The human resources, I've already identified them for you in the school under the different departments. You will get to know your lecturers when they begin teaching you, and please familiarize yourself with your lecturers. Know them by name, and don't come to our offices to describe your lecturers. It's very bad for somebody to come and say, the lecturer who taught us was, like this. The short lecturer. Please know their names and know the course that they are teaching. It is embarrassing, by the way, many of the students come to our offices and you ask them, which course? Okay, if you don't know the lecturer, which course does he or she teach? And the students don't know. They actually don't know the courses. So what are you doing? You don't know your lecturer, you don't know the course. Are you attending the right course? Someone may even wonder. So be keen on your courses and be keen on the lecturers, because your lecturers are your first point of reference in the university. Because academically, those are the ones in charge of you, your lecturers. Some students, when they get challenges, they run straight to the Vice Chancellor. Please desist. Don't go to the Vice Chancellor to address your issue of teaching and learning. Teaching and learning is done at the faculties and the schools. Teaching and learning is done by the lecturers. That's why we are saying get to know them. That is your first point of contact. If you have a challenge with your lecturers, go to the head of department. That's why I labored giving you the departments. Of course, right now you may not know them, but eventually you will get to know which department actually services you. For those in guidance and counseling, your current department is still psychology because you were admitted under Faculty of Education. As I said, you are the last lot, so psychology is the department that will be addressing your issues. And if you fail, you have any challenge, you also have student leaders who are supposed to assist you to sort out some of your challenges. Because those student leaders sit in some of our meetings. And it is in those meetings that they bring issues that concerns the students. So also get to know your student leaders in your faculties and your school. We usually have a school president who sits in our meetings, and I advise that if you have a challenge, get to know them and give your issues to them. If you are not assisted by all those categories, please come to the dean's office. The dean at a school level is the last higher authority, and the dean will know who should address your issue and direct you if your issue cannot be sorted at faculty or school level. In most cases, the dean should be able to sort your issues. So please don't go to the dean of students when you want to see the dean of faculty. We always have this confusion. Many students who are sent to the dean of students, they come to the dean of faculty or school. There is a dean of students is administrative and dean of the school is academic. So you know which dean to go to sort your problems. So I will shortly end by saying that you must attend your lectures. We have a threshold for allowing you to sit exams. You read your regulations because you're supposed to attend 75% of the lectures in order to qualify to sit for exams. So don't attend lectures by proxy. Make sure that you attend your lectures so that you have the percentage that should allow you to sit for your final exams. Something that always hurts me and that I want to tell you is that you must love and respect your university. This is your university and you are expected to contribute to its growth and development while you're still a student here, or even as an alumni after your graduation. So you are supposed to contribute in various ways. And for me, as somebody who has been observing how students behave, one critical area that I want to urge you is that in the course of your study here, you're going to be given university property, either for personal or communal use. The classrooms that we have, the chairs that we have, the facilities, sanitation facilities that we have are for communal use. Toilets, fittings, computers, etc. Please ensure that you use these facilities sustainably. Why am I saying this? We come from different backgrounds. And when it comes to the usage of sanitation, we are very poor in most cases. I always struggle in the School of Education with our sanitation because when that building was put up, it was put up for a small number of students. Now the numbers of students has grown, but the use of those facilities is a challenge. Students, because of the issues we have, please make sure that you go for your lectures with toilet papers. Because when you want to use those facilities, sometimes it becomes a challenge and very embarrassing. Many times those facilities get blocked. And I can assure you, when we unblock those facilities, you don't want to know what is there. Maize cob, maize, I don't know the cover of maize. I don't know how people use those things, but we find them there. All sorts of either leaves or what. We come from different backgrounds, I know, and let's use these resources sustainably, I beg, because those are very challenging experiences for us. And if you're found misusing university property, kindly know that you'll be answerable for it. But I want to say that as young people, we appreciate that you have great ideas. And we have a lot of young people who have given us great ideas. And I want to encourage you that if you have any ideas, please bring it forward for the development of our school and our university. Last but not least, always remember that you have been admitted here alone. I don't know whether on your admission it is written as John and Francis. No, it is only your name that appears on your admission letter. So do not waste your time living somebody else's life. You are admitted alone. You'll get your qualification alone, whatever classification of the degree. And if you are to go, you will go alone. If you get your degree, you will get it alone. You can only share the joy with others. So I beg that you define your own purpose here and do not get distracted by other people. We are there to support you, and I wish you the very best in your academic journey here at Kyambogo University. And for those of you who are with us in the School of Education, we can only wish you success as you begin your journey, and we shall celebrate with you when you finish your 3 or 2 years with us at the university. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I come to the conclusion. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dean Joyce. Thanks very much for that wonderful presentation. Under this faculty, there are student leaders, just like Dean said, and there are program associations for students. Amidst us, I've seen the current president of the Counseling Students Association. I give you 1 minute, you come, you greet as questions come through for the dean to answer. Rachel, you come and say hi to your fresh members who are here.
Thank you, Mr. Adrian. Protocol observed. Good evening, fresh students. My name is Rachel Nakato. I do a Bachelor's of Guidance and Counseling. I'm in my 2nd year. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to the mighty Kyambogo University. I'm here as the president of Kyambogo University Counseling Students Association. It is an association that binds us together as guidance and counseling students. I know even people doing other courses, you will find these associations at your course levels, but this is specifically for students doing guidance and counseling. So the counselors present in the building, the Kyambogo University Counseling Students Association welcomes you all, and we are ready to receive you and to keep interacting with you. This association is like a family to us, whereby we meet and we share about our profession, we guide each other, we help each other, and also through the associations, students have managed to get connections professionally. So my appeal to you all, fresh students, once you are presented to be part of these associations, please get use of them, join them, register, because they are going to help you a lot for your stay here in Kyambogo University. As for the counselors, we are having a General Assembly on 16th Feb. That will be next Wednesday. It is going to happen at the Student Center from 12 to 3. I hope you be part of the assembly. We are going to share a lot. We are going to meet and get to know each other. You will receive all the information about us as Kyambogo University Counseling Students Association from the assembly. And in case you want to know anything or you stuck somewhere, you can get in touch with Rachel Nakato, and I guide you and I help you in one way or the other. You can note down my number, 0705 29 96 11. Even when you're not a counseling student, it is very fine because we are leaders. You can still get in touch with me. That is my WhatsApp number. I can help you in any way you need. I think that's all because they gave me only 1 minute. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Thanks very much for coming through. Greetings to your counseling students down there. There are very many questions coming through right here. Where is the School of Education located? School of Education, when you take this route, this is Peace Park. So when you take that route, leave the first junction, the second junction, slope down. On your left, you will see big signpost, Faculty of Education. That's where School of Education is currently located. Issues of timetable, there are very many questions on when to get the timetables. I think you've seen various students putting on shirts like the mentor. She's the mentor. There is also a blue shirt, mentor. Please approach those students. They are at your service. You can ask them, where is this A, where is this B, and they take you. Now, for those who want to go to School of Education for a tour after here, in the 10 minutes time, we are going to wind up. Is willing to take you there. Timetables, go to your respective departments or faculties. They are going to be pinned on notice boards. So timetable, you come, you pass by this evening. If it's not there, check next day. If it's not there, you can check as well Monday morning. The timetables have course units, course lecturers, and the venue. So if the venues are not clear, you can as well inquire from your faculty the meaning of the venue put on the timetable. I have RS/LL. What does it mean? Religious studies/literature language. And you were also asking lecture rooms. Lecture rooms will be on the timetables. Timetable. Could you make some clarity about the course unit selection? Course units are selected by the program. The program dictates the course units you are going to make. Apart from those who choose subjects, those subjects were selected by your faculties basing on your performance. The Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities was here and clear. Some courses or some subjects require A and B and C. So if you didn't get that, trust me, you won't change that. Okay? So that's a humble way of saying no. Madam Dean, my admission has history, Gigi, RS. What does it mean? History, geography, economics, RS, religious studies. I would like to know what it means. RS/KISW, religious studies, Kiswahili. And which faculty do I belong? Faculty of Arts and Humanities. It's just near here. Just near there. When you go through this route, there's a big signpost, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. That's where your faculty is. What does MU? Because I'm given, but I don't understand it. Music. That's music. On my admission, I see subjects HS, RS, history, religious studies. My course is vocational studies in art and design with education. And the orientation timetable, they are put differently, each on its own. Does this mean I'm going to be moving to all these faculties to attend my lecture? Wow. Yeah, you going vocation studies with education, it falls under two faculties. School of Education for the education component, and art and design, that is School of Vocation of Art and Industrial Design. The dean will be here tomorrow. So, and this you can find classes scattered in the whole university. That's why the orientation, you're not supposed to know your own faculty only. That's why they have been telling you various things since Monday. You have to know different. So you may find one lecture at your faculty, one lecture in this CTF, one lecture CLB. So you must be ready for running, because you're still a young person. Can I register using a short birth certificate? Check your admission letters. They have details for registration. If the details are not clear, go to your faculty, ask for a faculty administrator. He or she will guide you about that issue of registration. I need to change my course. Who should I approach and from where for immediate help? Change of course, Academic Registrar's office, room 3, block 2, just behind the main building. That long white block is called block 2. Look for room 3. They may help you there. Dean, I request you to come and answer some other questions?
Yeah, thank you for the questions that have come through. Some are related. I'm going to handle them together, those where I see relationship. Where does development studies offices, this one also, I want to read for you and show you what we shall be going through when we write coursework. Where does development studies offices located? That's exactly what is here. Then where does Bachelor Development Studies belong? I'm confused here because on my admission, it is under the Faculty of Education, but I'm confused. Explain for me. Is it under the teaching program? Development Studies currently in the restructuring is under Faculty of Social Sciences. But you students are supposed to be admitted under Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences because that was the faculty at that time when the admissions went out. And I was here, the admin from Faculty of Arts and Humanities said, those of Development Studies, your admission letter has an error, and the error is that particular thing you are confused about, Faculty of Education. I understand they are working on that error, and they will withdraw the current admission letters you have, where there is Faculty of Education, and give you another admission letter with your right faculty. So don't be confused. Just know that right now, Development Studies is under Faculty of Social Sciences, but your admissions will show correctly which faculty you belong to. We weaned off Development Studies. Initially, it was under Faculty of Education. I think that is why there is that confusion. But we weaned them off, and they are now the other side. Is the timetable for next week out? How shall we identify our rooms of lecture on Monday? These rooms, these two are together. The rooms are indicated on the timetable. I have seen the timetable of professional studies, what I was referring to as EPS. Yes? Okay. Okay. The information coming through is that the new admission letter for those admitted for development studies is out, and you can go and pick your new admission. But you have to go with the old admission letter because they have to withdraw that one. There can only be one admission letter for one student at any one time. So you go with the old one and then you get the new one. I think that is now sorted. So I've seen the timetable for the educational professional subjects. It is out, and those timetables indicate rooms. So you need to go to the right department. I told you the department that coordinates these professional studies is Foundations and Educational Psychology. If you go to the School of Education right now, you will be guided on where that department is and how you can access the timetable, if it is not yet on the notice board. Otherwise, we usually display timetables on the notice board, and you could find that now it is there. That's why I said we are coming to the end of orientation, and many of you have not known where your other faculties, particularly the service faculties, are. So it's high time you went there so that you are able to familiarize yourself, get your location right as early as that. So the timetable is out. You look for where Foundations is. I'm given Bachelor of Arts with Education, EC plus stroke HS. Which other course units can I attend apart from those two subjects? If you are doing education, you have to attend education course units. Apart from economics and history, which is your subject combination, you attend education courses. And these courses, I told you, they are coded EPS. In some other faculties, you find courses with PS. Please, those are not EPS, the courses under education, foundations, and educational psychology. So know their codes and go to them, because without attending education courses, you cannot have the qualification of Bachelor of Arts with education. These are concurrent, you have to do them together. I want to change subject combination. Is it possible? I think yes. The answer is yes, it is possible. And I've started payment of fees and hire counsel today. Congratulations, thank you for starting payment. And you can actually go and apply for change of subject. I think it is in room Senate building. Adrian? Oh, at the faculty level. So you can go there and get the forms to fill so that you change. When are the timetables? I told you that one, but I'm only talking on behalf of education. I don't know what is happening in other faculties and other departments. More clarification about literature department. Literature department is under Faculty of Arts and Humanities. That faculty where I think most of you are familiar with. So that is where literature department is, and they will direct you, because if you have moved this road, you will see literature department actually just after this big building. So that's where the department is. You go there for guidance. Is it possible to start payment now, and how? It is possible, and the ICT people will tell you how you can do the payment. When I'm a student doing Bachelor of Arts with Education, I'm meant to attend this am I meant to attend this orientation, or I was meant to attend the one for Faculty of Arts in Social Sciences? I need clarification. You are, you are meant to attend both, probably. The Faculty of Arts and Humanities did the orientation, I think, from 2 to 3. If you didn't attend, sorry, you missed it. But you are also in the right place because you are doing arts with education. So you've got the education component, but you've missed the arts component. I hope these orientations, as I said, will go on, and you will get to be clarified on some of the issues of concern that you have. I'm admitted for the program of Bachelor of Vocational Studies in Agriculture with Education. May I please know some of the courses I'm supposed to attend at the Faculty of Education? I think I've explained this, the professional courses for you to attend. You'll get to know them. May you please clarify on issues like tests, quizzes, courseworks, internship, study tours. This one is still in the mode of the secondary school. You will be told about all this as you start. You will be told when your tests are, when I don't know whether the quizzes are there, but you will be told the courseworks. Even in the regulations, there are regulations that guide when coursework should be given, when tests should be given. The internship, depending on your program, you will also be guided. Internship usually is done at the end of the second semester, for those of you whose programs have internship. But for school practice, the first school practice will be in second year. For those of you with Bachelor of Arts, whatever vocational with education, your first school practice is in the second year, not in the first year. So I think that is clear. When do we do the school practice? I have explained that one. What else is there? When is our party? That, that one Adrian will answer. I can't answer that one, but when it is available, I think you'll be guided on when and where the party will be. Thank you very much. For the school, the fees payment, ICT, can you guide? Thank you.
What was the question again?
Is it possible to start payment now, and how?
Yes, the moment you activate your portal, inside the portal, when you log in, you can generate a reference number. It means you missed some of these sessions. But once you get a reference number, that reference number will identify everything about you. The course, the what, the everything. It's what you take to the bank and you can pay the money. You log in, enroll, get a reference number, you can pay half, a quarter, you can pay 1,000 if you have the bank charges to pay for that.
Thanks very much. A round of applause for Dean Joyce. Thanks very much for that wonderful session and presentation. Feel free to always look out for her office and other officers to guide you. We are here to serve you. How do I pay the Higher Council of Education? I mean, through what? NASA has answered that. What is the dressing code for students doing arts with education? Decently. You must have the social intelligence. For you, when you look at yourself, are you decent? Yeah, we're not going to dictate that you come in a gomesi, come in a kanzu. No. So long as you don't make other people uncomfortable. Social intelligence. So decency. Simply that. I'm requesting to know that if I get a first class degree, can you maintain me to be? Now this is a question of HR. But you are putting yourself in line of opportunity. So do so. First grab the first class. An opportunity always hit the prepared. Okay? Then HR will sort himself out. In case I want to change a course, am I supposed to pay any money? Not really. Change of course, you just walk to the AR, the block 2, room 3, and they will sort you. Kyambogo is really big, and we would surely need many printed maps to help us know which offices. That one, Mr. Lugalav, under the Office of Dean of Students, will answer that. As we are winding up, Mr. Lugalav, note that question, and the question of the party, the people are asking, that's under the Dean of Students. We were told to go to the AR's office, but when we go there, they answer us rudely and say they won't change the courses. What can we do? I can imagine what you're going through, but keep trying. That's life, eh? Keep trying. Yeah, keep trying. Everything will be fine. My name is Kakinda Adrian Ivan. I've been your chairperson of this session. So if you are not bad-hearted, clap for me for the job well done. Clap for the sign language interpreters here, the technical team, Mr. Nasa, Mr. Johnson, Mr. James. You know, when you see the quality, if the quality is not good, is responsible. For those who are outside there, thank you very much. Anyone, our mentors who have been serving us here, well done. I would love to wish my dean a safe journey back home, and you too back home. I want to hand over this microphone to the manager of this place, Mr. Lugalavu. I wish you a wonderful evening.
Thank you so very much. Let us put our hands together again for the chairperson. Chairperson, you've done a great job. I want to thank you so much, students, for attending this afternoon session. I know it is very challenging. You've asked about the maps. We may not be in position to have maps, but at least we have students that can direct you. Stand up kindly. When you see someone putting on such a t-shirt, is there a mentor behind? Yes. With that word mentor, that person can take you to any direction you want. So those are the maps that we have. Please make use of the mentors. Tomorrow, 2 to 3, we have a session with our guild leadership. We shall see the guild president. We shall see the councillors, guild representative councillors, who we abbreviate as the JRC. So let us be here tomorrow. They will also be our maps. They will take us to any place that we want. And lastly, someone asked about a party. It was a very good question. Yes, we usually welcome you with a party. It is called Freshers Ball. We bring artists, they perform, you enjoy the whole evening. However, that session is organized by the guild in conjunction with the Dean of Students. So when you see the guild tomorrow here, please kindly ask them about your party. They'll be in position to let you know of the date. Otherwise, I want to thank you so much. God bless you. See you tomorrow.